Voy ahora.
Sí.
Good morning. I have no audio. This is Edward Schuster, St. Croix.
Hi, Eddie. This is Sarah. I hear you, and I also have no audio.
Same here. Have they started or are they still testing their sound? Do we know?
We're working on it. They started, but we have an issue with the people through Zoom.
Miguel, this is Eddie. If we go online, I don't know if Marcos is present in the room or not, but his computer is on.
So can we?
So it seems like he's giving the feedback if he's in the room.
Yeah, he's in the room. We're working on it.
Right. So his computer is showing that he's online.
Yeah, we all have to be online so we can hear you.
Miguel, are you guys also connected through GoToMeeting?
Yeah, to Zoom.
Okay, only Zoom. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks.
due to the adoption of, 1 second. And still feedback? On the adoption of the agenda, we are informing that the agenda going to be modified because we have to add a presentation at 1 to 2 p.m. From Sam Rauch, presenting on the 14008 to 216 section 216A, and the agenda modification is presented to all the participants here, and there's some time changes, and I'll need a motion to adopt the agenda.
So move.
Need a second?
Vanessa Ramirez, second.
Thank you, Vanessa. Vanessa, second. Any comment, any opposition? Hearing none, the agenda is approved. And we also want the consideration of the 174 and 175th council meeting verbatim transcriptions. Motion to adopt. Thank you. Motion by Carlos Farchete, second by Tony Blanchard. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
The transcription is adopted. Executive report. And before we get to executive report, I want to inform the Cindy Grace McCasey will be presenting a short, will participate on other business to inform us about some important work that she's doing in the Caribbean. Executive report, Miguel Rolón. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, rather than talking about boring stuff, I would like to take this opportunity. Cristina, ¿puedes poner la diapositiva? We want to recognize two people and a group of people. Cristina, I need your help to read them up the names. The group of people that we want to recognize today are from NOAA. I didn't know that was a customer, but that's the title that NOAA gave us. This group of people, some of you already know, have worked very diligently to implement the island-based FMP, to work hand in hand with Graciela and staff. And we want to recognize them today, just to mention that they already received the bronze medal for NOAA officials. ¿Tú puedes decir los nombres?
The names are Clarence Porsche, Shannon Katz Cavalry, Adrian Rios, Nancy Cummings, Skyler Zagaris, Kevin McCarthy, Jocelyn D'Ambrosio, Maria Lopez Merced, Sarah Stephenson, William Arnold.
Okay. Round of applause for the people, please. Here, Maria, Kevin, and others are in the Zoom. And of course, our boss here, Jack McCullough. So we are really grateful that, and the retiree, Bill Arnold. Bill Arnold is very passionate now, working in his own company. But as you all know, he was instrumental in putting all this together and convincing Roy Crabtree to follow this idea of the island. So that would be great. And now I would like to call a person that is a nurse by academic background, but she's a all-around person. Has dedicated all her life, this recent life, to help teachers in Puerto Rico and the Philippine Islands. What is Janet? Here. Okay. She's gonna kill me for this. She's gonna kill me for this because she hated it. But we wanted to recognize the work that this lady has done through all these years with the U.S. Caribbean fishery. She has worked with Sea Ranch and worked on her own, and all the time she has been well, the key to the development of our management plan. She alone was able to put together a very effective campaign for the lionfish. That's what I call it, the lionfish. And today we wanted to offer to present to you this fact. Marcos, can you do that for the record?
En reconocimiento a Janet Ramos por su compromiso y dedicación en ayudar a nuestras villas pesqueras, a sus pescadores y a su arduo trabajo en la educación sobre los recursos pesqueros de Puerto Rico y las Islas Vírgenes Americanas, al Consejo de Pesca de Administración Pesquera del Caribe. Muchas gracias.
Not only that, so I think you will see our coral reef in a bottle. Remember, we copied this from the Superman comics. They have the whole city in a bottle. So we have a coral reef here. And I hope that you put it some place that you will see it all the time. She's also the grandmother of a star. We have a series of videos promoting the use of what is it? The use of our fish, the use of local fish to help the local fishers and also to help the people at home, especially during the pandemic, to be able to prepare delicious recipes with things that they had at hand. And we have a series of videos called Ita. Cocinando con Ita. You can see it in the YouTube. And this lady here is the start. She stopped when she walks around the town. She stopped and, oh, you're the one from the video. It's really good. So we are really grateful that you did this for us. Thank you very much. You have to say something in English.
¿Tú quieres decir algo? Tita quiere decir algo.
Gracias. Okay, also, estamos como programa de niños. Okay, we want to also recognize the staff, the person here that we have today. All the staff, and you know, the council staff have worked really, really hard, especially during the pandemic time. For that, they all receive a cash award. But today, we want to recognize one person. Two. No, two. He's always taking care of the microphone. Okay, we call her Graciela, Graciela Garcia Moliner, Basora. She has been with us for quite a long time now, and she has been my right hand. Actually, I feel like an office because I have my right hand. All the girls at the office really work beyond what they're supposed to work. Diana,
We're gonna go to the next item on the agenda, 5-year strategic plan. Michelle?
Chairman, while Graciela is getting the presentation, I just want to say how happy I am today. This presentation is in person. It's been
Test, test. How's that?
Mute yourself.
So
to
how's
hear.
this? Yep.
Okay. So talk.
You can hear me now? Okay.
Okay, so let's see if we can do this. So use your voice to project. Let's see.
How is this? Is this better? Can you all hear me now? Okay. Maria says it's okay, so I'm going to go ahead and start. So again, thank you all for the ability to be able to present in person here today. I have what is hopefully the last presentation on the 2022 to 2026 strategic plan. Next slide. So just an overview of what I plan to present today. I'm going to quickly review the council's previous actions. Then I'm going to review the public comments that the council received. Then I'll just quickly review the recommended changes. And then the action that we will be asking the council to take today is to approve the final 2022 to 2026 strategic plan. And then after that, I will take just a few slides to review the draft 2022 implementation plan. Next slide. So it's been a long road to get here, made even longer by COVID. But back in March, the district advisory panels reviewed the draft island-specific strategies, objectives, and provided initial feedback on those components. Then in April, the council selected draft vision, mission, and goal statements and approved the island-specific objectives that were reviewed by the DAPs. So in June, the DAPs really dug into the strategies, the island-specific strategies, and provided final edits to those. And then in July, the council reviewed and approved a draft of the strategic plan for public input, which occurred through most of August and the beginning of September. So again, today, what we're asking the council to do is to review the suggested edits, of which there are only 3, and approve the final strategic plan. Next slide, please. So we did not receive very much public comment. We collected comment through an online public comment form, in both Spanish and English that was available from August 6th through September 3rd. We received 3 comments. One included a recommended language change, and most of the rest of the comments were suggestions to enhance implementation of many of the strategies. Overall, the comments supported the strategic plan as written. And we did not receive any comments on the communication and outreach components. Next slide, please. So on the vision, mission, and core values, we received 1 comment that stated these were not very inclusive, and a second comment that supported all of them as written. So 2 diametrically opposed comments. Under the management goal, 1 suggestion was to gather Fisher input for collaborative research by gear and by region using an electronic form. Another suggestion was to develop an educational campaign using regional workshops to gather Fisher input for stock assessments. With respect to ecosystem and resource health, the comments supported the dialogue between the Council and Puerto Rico agencies on the impacts of non-fishing activities on habitat. It also suggested to compensate fishers monetarily for their participation in ecosystem research and to recognize their contributions through authorship and publications, as well as in education and outreach activities throughout the islands. And then there was 1 final comment recommending that sargassum influxes be added to natural disasters in one of the Puerto Rico objectives. Next slide, please. With respect to social, cultural, and economic issues, there was a lot of support for this goal, indicating that it was essential to increase confidence in management and compliance with regulations by the commercial sector. And it contained multiple suggestions that were very specific to Puerto Rico, including consideration of fishing communities by gear type, as well as mode, such as commercial, recreational, and for hire, as well as geography, to conduct a study on fish mislabeling, to better target education and outreach activities to stop this type of activity. Another suggestion to better understand underutilized local markets in order to strengthen food security through seafood and local fish. And then finally, to include university social workers as well as staff from the Department of Correction and Rehabilitation in efforts to promote recruitment of young fishers into the fisheries. Next slide, please. So now I would just want to talk about the recommended changes to the strategic plan. And the first recommendation is really more in regards to the organization of the plan. And that is to consolidate objectives that are identical across all 3 districts and simply maintain the island-specific strategies. So for example, for the management goal, rather than have 15 separate objectives, 5 for each of the 3 island districts, we will consolidate that into 5 objectives because they are all identical for each of the island districts, and instead just list the island specific strategies. So as you can see here on the screen, under the management goal, all 5 objectives were identical across all 3 island districts. Under ecosystem and resource health, there were 3 identical objectives. One objective that is specific just to Puerto Rico, 2 objectives specific to St. Thomas, St. John, and 2 objectives specific to St. Croix. For social, cultural, and economic issues, there are 3 objectives that are identical across all 3 districts, and then 1 island-specific objective for each island district, for a total of 6 objectives under this goal. Next slide, please. So the second recommend changes are language changes. So the first is under the ecosystem and resource health goal, and that is in response to one of the public comments that we received. And that suggestion was to add sargassum blooms to the natural disasters objective, which is objective 9, that was specific to Puerto Rico. So you can see on the screen, underlined, the added language that has been recommended. So objective 9 would read, collaborate with management partners to address the impacts of natural disasters, for example, hurricanes, earthquakes, sargassum blooms on ecosystem structure and function. And then the second recommended change is under the social, cultural, and economic issues goal. And that is simply to insert and dissemination in objective 14. So this language was originally added to this objective by the St. Croix District Advisory Panel. It was also adopted by the St. Thomas, St. John District Advisory Panel. And it is my failing that I did not recommend that the Puerto Rico District Advisory Panel also adopt this language. I believe the addition of and dissemination speaks to some of the conversations that all of the DAPs had with respect to ensuring that social and cultural information would be communicated out to all stakeholders. So that's the other recommended language change. Next slide, please. So that summarizes the public feedback that the council received on the draft strategic plan, the very minor changes that have been recommended. So I'm now happy to take any questions, but I'm asking that the council take action and approve the 2022 to 2026 strategic plan with these recommended changes. And I will just remind everybody that a Spanish and English version of the strategic plan was included in the briefing book materials. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Vanessa Ramirez, second.
The motion is being presented on the screen. Carlos, present the motion to accept the 5-year strategic plan as presented by Michelle Duval. And was seconded by Vanessa Ramirez. That we are open for discussion. Anybody? Richard and Tony Blanchard.
So it's just like recommend one technical change for section 9 for amendment of our gas and bloom. And this is really not blooming, it's not as in thousands of miles here. So I recommend changing blue to maybe plus.
Totally agree. Thank you, Richard. Tony?
Tony Blanchard. I don't think we should move forward with this, to be honest with you. I think what we are missing here is a public comment, because the numbers jump out at me as to the lack of public comment. Seeing the atmosphere that we are in right now, where we have to go virtually, we don't have any in-person meetings basically. And you want the message to get out to the public. The only way you're gonna really get this message out to the public is by having an in-person meeting that the strategic plan can be explained and have the public comment on it. I think by trying to do this virtually, by trying to have statement written in, that's not gonna work, because we are limiting people to a certain degree. Not that they don't have access, but they're just not into all of that. So to really get the public comment, in my opinion, you need to have an in-person meeting. The strategic plan needs to be explained to the people that are going to be involved in it, or for people to understand, before we could truly say that we have public comment. So I don't feel comfortable with moving forward with this.
Thank you, Tony. Damaris?
Damaris Delgado, for the record, I agree with comments from Mr. Apple in regards to the change that we recommended. I wanted to express that for the record. And about Tony's comments, I understand what he's saying. But again, I think we gave the public opportunity to comment. So, I'd be glad to wait a little bit more for other people to comment. But either the decision that most of the council meetings say, it will be okay.
Okay, thank you, Damaris. Anybody else besides Tony again? Julian?
Hey, Julian McGrath, for the record, I understand and agree with what Tony was saying. The problem is I didn't know that there was a comment period. So if I didn't see the presentation that there was a comment period, I don't know where that comment period was announced for the public to see that there was an announcement for comment on the strategic plan. I know we are.
And the people that know anything about fisheries know about this in your opinion? Probably very little, right? You gotta speak up for the record. You gotta speak up. Yeah, asking you the question.
Doing McGrath for the record. Well, really and truly, the only people that I think that know about this plan is the people that actually sit on the district at 33 town that were involved, and with a few of our colleagues that we spoke to, we told them that a public comment period the other officials, Fishermen's Association, before that a public comment period was coming, and I didn't know the public comment period even done. So I would say it's a very small amount of individuals that know about this. And for those people who have been following what's been taking place, I also think that this has been a discussion to the level of the fishery advisory committees. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I haven't seen Thomas St. John. I haven't seen the strategic plans for a discussion from that committee.
Follow up.
Okay, I want to give the floor to Nelson, then to Miguel Rolón, then maybe some clarification points from Michelle.
Marcos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm totally agree about Blanchard and Julian's words. I think we need, some period, to make comments and more for the directly for the fisherman's community. They need to speak up and express what they feel about this.
Miguel, do you want to make any comment?
Okay.
No? We have Damaris and Tony, and we go for a vote. You want to say something?
Can we clarify what's the question, the motion for the vote?
It's to approve the strategic, the motion is on the screen to move and accept the 5-year strategic plan as presented by Michelle Duval. That's the motion.
Marisa Gallo, for the record, can we amend the motion to consider Tony's comments and Lori? Same with the other.
We have to address the motion first, and as part of the discussion, it's already addressing what you're requesting in terms of amendment. I think it's better to discuss and go for a vote. Tony?
I will try to put it as simple as I could possibly put it, how I see it. I think we have a tendency to believe that everybody knows what's going on, that's a misconception. Because we are all involved in basically the management process, or in some way we are tied into it. But the majority of people have no idea what's going on behind the scenes. And this is what I call this, behind the scenes. If we truly want to say we want to manage and we want the public's input, we can't vote on this and say that the public really had input on it. That's my opinion. It's like asking me, what I think about this cup? Well, I think this cup is half empty. Marcos might have a different point of view saying this cup is half full. So what I'm telling us is that we need to step out of the box and see it from a layman's point of view, that there's things that are happening that we think people are knowledge to or know that is actually going on, and they don't have the slightest clue what's happening until it's dropped on the front step. And well, guess what? This is what the story is. But I didn't know anything about it. So the idea of us thinking that the information is actually getting out and the information is getting out is two different perspectives. It all depends on who you want to ask and what sector of people you want to ask, for lack of a better description.
Okay, I think
the scientists, yes, the information is getting out. The layman, no, the information is not getting out.
John McGovern.
I think Tony and the DAP chairs make a good point. I'm wondering if it would be possible to have some kind of public comment before the April meeting and then load it up there. Under the public comment.
Miguel.
We have been talking to the public for 3 years. We have met with the DAP, we have met everybody and his brother. And if you want this plan to be implemented in 2022, you have 5 years, you have to approve it. And this plan doesn't have any management issue whatsoever. This is just a strategic plan that we follow. And you will see that when we talk about the other committees, to make sure that number one, when we have a request for science, the science center, the regional office can support that request. So we don't want to request anything that is not in harmony with the possibilities.
I think your point is already going to the rest too, more.
For our written education.
Yeah,
already
I
the
think-
written education panel. That's it.
Let me just put
It's,
aside.
it's working, developing the strategy for the implementation of our written education panel. What they are going to do here is to incorporate that strategy into the plan. The other thing that we are going to do in the plan, and I
You
encourage
have it?
everybody to read it, because it's in the internet twice. Is that we are going to incorporate the non-fishery strategic plan into this. Because you're gonna- every objective will be followed with activity that will be suggested to the council and approved by the council. So for example, the mechanics will be, if you approve this today, then, and you can move forward if you want this, it's up to the council. But if you approve this today, for example, then you have 5 years of the plan IPT. Those are staff members, three regional office and certificate center, and that they will be led by Graciela. And that group will work toward looking at the strategic plan and the possibilities of implementation and the timing of that implementation. Then the original education panel, chaired at this time by Dr. Abigail P, will look at the strategic plan component. And then they will see, okay, year one of that strategic plan, this is what we need. The components that we have, this is the information that we receive from the council. Once we have those two meetings done, then the chair of those two groups have to report to the committee of the council at every meeting. We have one in the winter time, another one in the summer. In the winter time, we said that the goals and objectives for the following year. And then in the summertime, before the council meeting, that group would meet again to see what we have done. What we need to do. Dr. Andy Sturchek also suggested that the scientific group should have some link. Non-fisheries meet in the late summer or beginning of the fall to discuss the budget for the following years. Because we have a calendar year, but the fiscal year of non-fisheries and the federal government's October, September. So that way we'll be able to identify what are the needs of the council, what are the possibilities of non-fisheries to fulfill those needs. And that's all in the 5 years of the plan. That's what we have that. So in summary, Mr. Chairman, these have gone to the public hearings, have gone to the DAP. And we want to make sure that from the get-go, the fishers, the components of the fishery will be involved in the discussion. And that's why it's imperative to have this committee of the council that will include the three chairs of the DAP, the chair of the SSC, to make sure that we are all in tune with the strategic plan and the realities of life out there. We may have a strategic objective that the fisher can tell me, no, Miguel, rather than doing that, how about doing this other part? But for example, we're having the strategic plan. Julian, Tony, and Ruth asked me to contact Dr. Abigail for an issue regarding our regional education. And we finished that part. We have a setback because of the closure of the university. But that's an example of the council responding to the need of a particular area that features come to the council. So want to incorporate that same mechanism into the strategic plan. So when, for example, Julian or Eddie or Nelson come to the council and tell me, yeah, there's a need to do this. I need orientation, I need orientation material, etc. We can respond. But as it's a long answer to your question, but it's for everybody to have that information for the discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Miguel. Jack, and then Michelle Duval and Tony.
Yeah, I think that answers my question. It kind of, you have a good process moving forward that will involve a lot of different entities, including the public.
And also we have Vanessa after Tony Blanchard. Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I do have a couple additional slides that I think will help to describe what Miguel just talked about with respect to the process for an implementation plan. That will be an annual process, so I can show those after the discussion on this motion is completed. And I appreciate Tony's point because this was really difficult to do during the pandemic. It was not the way we had hoped to do this. We had hoped to have in-person meetings with the VIPs, in-person meetings with Fishers. And I think I can certainly offer to try to, it's up to the council, try to do something in addition. I think I will note that the public comment period was advertised on the council's website. It was advertised on the council's social media accounts. It was on the Instagram page. It was on the Facebook page. And when I went to the council website, there was a pop-up window that had links to both the Spanish and English versions of the comment form. So it was advertised, and I think Miguel maybe perhaps wants to add a little bit to that. And after discussion, I can move to the other slides.
I would like to take your offer to put a slide that describe, because I believe that Tony and the group are into what we discussed before also. Once this plan is implemented, we have to go to the public and explain it's the same way that we are going to explain the island-based fee and have meeting with Fishers in St. Thomas, Fishers in St. Croix, and Fishers in Puerto Rico to make sure that everybody understands where are we, what page are we at, and the process. So that slide that you have helps explain to the group what this is intending once this strategic plan is approved.
Garcia, is it possible to go back to my presentation and then I can bring up those two additional slides? So perhaps this will help to add some more context to what Miguel was describing. So there's a draft 2022 implementation plan that is being constructed right now. So the purpose of the implementation plan is it's a tool that is meant to complement the strategic. So what it does is it identifies and prioritizes activities for 2022, and this will be an annual exercise every year. So prioritizes those activities that are necessary to achieve the council's goals and objectives. The point is that new activities for the upcoming year, as well as ongoing activities, are mapped to those objectives in the strategic plan. So this allows the council to track progress annually towards its goals. But I think most importantly, and this gets to what Tony was talking about, it provides stakeholders with a comprehensive and transparent view of how the council's activities contribute to the vision, so that they can understand that this is not just a collection of disconnected activities, but that these activities are all linked together to help the council achieve its objectives. I think the other important piece of an implementation plan as a tool is that it helps to highlight that not all activities can be addressed at the same time. There are not necessarily the resources to address everything at once. And so another key component of having an implementation plan is it helps to align those priorities with the resources that are available. So I think, so if we can go to the next slide, please. So the process, this is what Miguel was talking about. The process that has been proposed is to have 3 groups to assist the council in identifying, prioritizing, and tracking these annual activities. So this will be a public process that allows for input from officials and everyone throughout the council's districts. The first is the Outreach and Education Advisory Panel, who's already prioritizing and recommending outreach and education activities for the council on an annual basis. So they would simply track, recommend communication and outreach priorities for the upcoming year. And then the second group that Miguel was referring to is a 5-year strategic plan, IPT, which stands for Interdisciplinary Plan Teams. So these are the teams that help to put together amendments and to the island-based fishery management plan. So that's the type of structure. So this would be comprised of representatives from the regional office, from the science center, and the council staff to help review and prioritize science needs and different tasks. And then the third group is a 5-year strategic plan advisory panel. So this is the group that would consist of a subset of council members, it would include all the district advisory panel chairs. And this group will review the recommendations of the OEAP as well as this IPT that's prioritizing science needs and tasks, as well as review other management projects and provide recommendations to the people. And because these are publicly noticed meetings, that provide for opportunity for all members of the public, fishers, and other stakeholders to provide input on this. And I think that, so that's just the proposed set of 3 groups, as Miguel indicated. There can be additional public meetings that go along with this prioritization process annually, so that fishers and other stakeholders can see and understand and provide feedback on what those annual priority activities are. So again, this is meant to be an annual process to prioritize the activities really in an appropriate sequence that matches the available resources. And by resources, we need both staff as well as funds. So the other piece of what the council was going to be asked to approve today was this type of process to identify implementation plan priorities. So Miguel, I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chairman, to see if there are anything else that you want to add to what I've presented.
Miguel, then Vanessa.
Okay, just to inform the group, this proposed mechanism have been discussed with the non-legal counsel to make sure that we follow the appropriate laws and regulations back. Remember that whenever you have an activity in a panel, has to be open to the public. The activities of the advisory panel and the proposed committee of the council will be in the open. Actually, it will be either the day before the council meeting or the morning of the council meeting. It's up to you to decide. The only one that is internal is the one that discussed the budget and monies and personnel between the regional office and the Surrey Fisheries Science Center. That's why it's called an IPT, similar to the IPT that you have now for the management plan. So we discussed it with George in the Ambrose. These are a possible way to do this, to do the implementation of the plan, and without any conflict with MSA or applicable laws like FACA, for example.
Vanessa Ramirez.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. I just want to make my comment about the plan. I suggest as I second this motion because we already know we have a lot of time with this implementation with the plan and the draft. And I can certify that the commercial fishermen in Puerto Rico receive their mail with the hard copy in Spanish. So they have the time to read it and make their comments if they already done. We know that we usually want more participation, but the thing is that as usual, in the virtual meetings, it's very hard for them to participate. So there's where our jobs start and making them understand this kind of plans and also represent them as we should do in these meetings. Tony, I know that we are different islands, but practically, at least in Puerto Rico, I know that the commercial fishermen, the associations and the village receive their copy in Spanish and they have time enough to participate. I will ask to the council members to continue and please move with this motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Vanessa. And I have Tony, and very briefly, and I want to hear from all council members to go for a vote. Okay, go ahead, Tony.
Okay, this will be my last statement. I understand timelines, and I think sometimes we allow timelines to dictate because we are under pressure to meet them to come to a decision. And I'm not saying that that's what's happening here, but obviously the public comment is very important to this process. Me personally don't feel that it was met. And I will draw you a perfect example. And I'm not saying that you're not putting the effort forward, but what I'm telling you is the effort that you're doing only captures a certain sector of people. I am the vice chair of the council. I don't even get on the NOAA's website. I don't get on the CMC's website. I don't do social media. I am the average Joe. So I think I have made my point when we try to capture the public using those platforms. So to say, in my opinion, that we have met legally the criteria for meeting the public comment, maybe we meet it legally, but if you ask me if we truly meet it, I would say no.
Yes, we're gonna vote, but before the vote, I want to say my point as a council member. I think that we did everything we can to address this issue. The process is not a closed process, like Michelle said. There is still parts of the process. On the future, there is a lot of participation, and I think that we are overseeing a fact here is that the DAP and the council members and all participants have a mission and obligation to inform their stakeholders and their constituents. And that's why you are part of DAP. And addressing, saying that we are ready for the vote. We're gonna start with Carlos.
Jean-Pierre Oriol, yes.
Damaris Delgado, and I'm not sure how to express my vote, but I'm not completely in agreement. I would like to support Tony's comments and position. So maybe I would say that I would. No? Okay.
No, abstention or yes?
Abstention.
Abstention. Okay. Tony?
No.
Marcos Hanke, yes. Vanessa?
Vanessa Ramirez, yes.
Yes. Graciela, do you have can you read for record the list of vote results?
Motion carries one.
I just want to make sure.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 yeses, 1 no, 1 abstention.
Yeah, motion carries.
Okay.
Thank you very much. We need 15 minutes. I'm really sorry about the technical problems that we're having. We're gonna try to fix it on the next 15 minutes. Gonna have a 15-minute break.
Marcos,
Go,
just a housekeeping thing to say.
go ahead.
At lunchtime, they will be doing transferring switches since the electricity was gone yesterday night. They have to make some transfer switch things. So there's not going, probably the internet will be lowered. Let's hope it doesn't go.
If there is any problem, that's the reason, but it's gonna be momentary. Thank you. 15-minute break. We come back in 15 minutes. It's 10:32. We come back at 10:47.
Aquí. Hi, this is Lehigh speaking. We need somebody to confirm that. Oops. No, pero está on mute aquí también. Hola, necesitamos a alguien que nos pueda confirmar que está escuchando el audio.
Sí, te escucho.
Ok, ahora el audio, esto está todo a volumen, tu computadora.
No, no está todo volumen.
Tienes que subirla completa.
Ok.
Alguien de allá que hable, la bocina de la computadora.
Ok. Necesitamos nuevamente que alguien que esté en la plataforma de Zoom nos pueda responder.
Escuchamos. Escuchamos.
Gracias, Vanessa, ¿verdad? Gracias, Vanessa.
Sí,
¿Puede alguien en el Zoom nuevamente hablar?
Escuchamos. Vanessa Ramírez, prueba de audio.
pero no se oye aquí.
Gracias, Vanessa.
Sí,
This is Edward St. Croix. I can hear you guys loud and clear.
Thank you. Pero no se está escuchando de aquí, del micrófono. Ya está todo el volumen. Déjame ver quién más está conectado aquí que me pueda.
alguien de aquí mismo.
Déjame ver si está. Déjame darle. ¿Puede hablar por Zoom, María?
¿Sí me escucha?
Sí, te escucho. Gracias. Ok.
This is a test probando. Probando, probando, probando.
Marcos, te escucho fuerte y claro, Vanessa.
We are starting the test internally here on the presential people. We'll let you know in a bit. Audio check. Anybody from the Zoom meeting can hear me?
Gracias, Marcos. Vanessa, te escucho.
Gracias, Vanessa.
Audio check.
Audio check.
Que sí, dijeron allá atrás.
Pero ya empieza con el feedback, tienes que pagarlo. ¿No?
No.
Saludos. Audio check.
Ahí yo no estoy bien. Ahí yo no estoy bien. Pero vete allá, que vamos a pasar.
Audio check.
Alguien, ya estaban escribiendo que sí.
Good morning, everyone. We tried to fix the problem. and I hope everybody are listening to me now. And we have we ask for the floor on Carlos Facchetti.
Espérate, Marco. Espérate que, Carlos, es que Graciela se las tiene que pasar ahora a Cristina. Me lo puede pasar por un drive. Cortita, pero tiene que estar en el screen. Ok. Es para crearle el IPT y el advisory panel.
We are working on putting the motion in the screen.
Thank you.
Entonces, Marco, después de eso tiene lo de los chairs report de compatible regulations. Y lo del truck se puede empujar para después. Y a Michelle no tiene que preguntarle más nada. Ah, Marco, y bien importante, que esto es para aprobar los comités estos, pero no para poblarlo, excepto el advisory panel. Yo lo explico, yo lo explico.
Okay. So I got to start over here. Move to approve the process to implement the 5-year strategic plan by creating a 5-year strategic plan interdisciplinary planning team and a council advisory planning composed of representatives from the governments of Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands and the chairs of the 3 district advisory panels and the Science and Statistical Committee and the ecosystem-based fishery management TAP. I forgot what TAP was.
Any second? Thank you, Damaris. Discussion? Jack? Miguel?
Yes, Jack is right. The motion is to create this two because when we discussed it with Jocelyn, we have the advisory panel of the Outreach and Education Advisory Panel, and they will filter whatever we have in the strategic plan. And in that panel, we have features and we have people who are technically oriented. They know about outreach and education. One of the things, for example, is they can tell us what is the best way to approach the fishing community to explain the strategic plan and the components of the strategic plan. The SSC and the TAP, they will continue working with what they're doing, and they will incorporate the need of the SSC, the need of the TAP, the same with the three chairs. We will want to hear from them. What is it that they would like to do? And this group will sort of filter for the council. And remember, this AP meets with the public. So let's say, for example, that you can have of the strategic plan something that Nelson believe should be done next year. And then the group decide, okay, according to the information we have, yes, we can do that next year. The center is willing to participate. The regional office will participate because the 5-year strategic plan IPT said so. And then you come to the council with that set of recommendations, and then the council decides which one. In some cases, for example, the 5-year strategic plan will come and tell us, guys, rather than doing this species this year, let's move it forward for the following year because the money is we have similar to the CEDAR process. Then the council advisory panel can say, well, we would like to give priority to these two recommendations rather than the third one. And those priorities will be based on what the DAP chairs will say, the chair of the committee, of the SSC and the TAP. That's more or less what we have. But you're right. When we have this, the motion here does not whatsoever preclude the SSC and the others, all the members of the panel, all the panels that we have here and committees to discuss the issues that are important to the implementation of strategic plan. Yes, that's a good point.
We have to vote on the motion. We have the motion made by Carlos Fachete and seconded by Damaris Delgado with the discussion by Jack McGovern and Miguel Colon. Let's start the vote, Carlos.
Carlos Fachete, yes.
Jocelyn.
Yes. Damaris Delgado, yes.
Pues dale.
Yes.
Marcos Hanke, yes.
Vanessa Ramirez, yes.
Okay.
Check to see if you can hear Vanessa. Vanessa.
Vanessa just spoke and say yes.
Vanessa Ramirez, yes.
And we have one abstention. And 6 yes. Motion carries. And I have a turn, I just saw a turn to speak by Jocelyn.
Thank you, Marcos. I was just going to offer a comment before the vote, but since the vote has occurred, I have no comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Jocelyn.
Could you hear her?
Yeah, for the record, Jocelyn said that she had a comment before the vote, but now that you voted, it's not necessary at this time.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is the DAP reports. We have Julian McGrath.
William McGrath for the record.
Nobody can hear you online.
Let me see if they can hear you now.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right, no problem. We start back over. Back in August of 2021, the Fishery Advisory Committee for the St. Thomas St. John District had a meeting where at that meeting it discussed compatible regulations. And I attended that meeting as a guest. And after that meeting, I reached out to Miguel Roland and I requested that the District Advisory Panel for St. Thomas St. John needs to have a meeting also to discuss the compatible regulations. And that meeting took place on October 26, 2021. All of our members were present at that meeting. Those who are still on board, we do have some vacancies, but we'll discuss that at a later point. And during that meeting, we had some presenters. We had Graciela Molinar and we had Madeline Guyan from the Division of Fish and Wildlife. Both of those individuals presented both the federal regulations and the territorial regulations. And we had some very, very good discussions on the regulations, but we decided there would be no final decision, that the process needs to be vetted and we need to take a time and make sure that the process is done correctly. But we did go through all of the items. But before I get to that presentation with some slides that Graciela and the team has put together for me, I want to make a couple of points. So I think one of the first items that we had some discussion on is there was some confusion on how do we arrive to landings. And because the landings, the council manages the EEZ, territorial manages the territorial waters, but there's one annual catch limit. There was the fishers who were there and the individuals from the committee were trying to understand, well, how was the ACL set? And was it set just off of the territorial or was it just set off of the federal waters? And we were able to get some clarification from that, from Maria Lopez and the team that were there, which the individuals felt a little better of understanding the process. Then there were some major concerns with compatibility regulations as it pertains to there is no recreational data in place. And I think in order for us to have compatible regulations, we need to have a recreational, well, the team. Everything I'm saying here comes from the group as a whole. There needs to be a recreational license in place in order for us to start collecting that information so we can see what the recreational guys are harvesting and looking at that data because it's very, very important and it's going to be tied to the commercial compatible regulations also. So that was a very important issue there. So there was a meeting that took place in November of 2020, which I believe took place with was called together by Carlos Fischetti and other members from the Division of Fish and Wildlife and Maria Lopez and some of their teams, where they started preliminary discussions on the island-based fishery management plans
as it pertains to St. Croix. There were no St. Thomas representatives there at that meeting. So the discussions that were started on the compatible regulations at that meeting actually were for St. Croix. So we're looking forward to having a same meeting with all the regulatory bodies also for us to have these discussions on how we move forward. Then another issue that a lot of the members had was we're looking at the regulations, but we are not seeing the language that comes along with the regulations. So for example, you have on the federal side, 50 CFR -622-10. And then on the VI side, you have the VI chapter 12, 316-14. And on the VI side, it goes from A all the way down to I with all of these different appendixes. So one of the requests from the committee was before even moving forward with any of these compatibilities is we need to see that language. We need to see the language from both the federal and local side so we can understand what we are doing when it comes to doing, if any, compatibility at all. So with that said, all the members agreed to stall final decisions until the code languages have been provided to them, and we were able to have some discussions. And it was made clear at the meeting by Miguel that this is just the beginning process. It's going to take a long time for us to sit down and really put this together and make sure that it's put together with everyone's input and it's done correctly. It's not that you have one meeting and it's going to happen and we're moving forward. This is going to be similar to the 5-year strategic plan where we spent 3 years, but I think we spent 3 years putting something together that was done correctly. So, and that's the same approach when it comes to compatibility. I think we need to have the same approach to see which and if any of the groups we can actually have compatibility on. We know it's not going to work completely across the board, but it can work for several different groups. And also mentioned while discussing the compatibility is the group would like to see an independent fishery survey on the Queen Conch. So what happened there was because a few years back when we set the ACLs, we set a 0 limit in the federal waters of St. Thomas, St. John. And it's a virgin stock in St. Thomas, St. John waters because it's not fished. And some of the members and some of the fishers would like to see this revisited. They would like to get a study done. And similar to like St. Croix has a 50,000 pound, which consists of both federal and local. The guys would like to see if after doing the independent assessment, if that would be possible for revisiting how that ACL was set. So I'm gonna refer you guys, and you can see these are some of the slides that were put together, and these were stuff that was discussed at length. So as you see, NASA grouper, closed fishery, needs assessment. So then we have the Queen Conch, which I just talked about. We want that to be revisited. The yellowtail snapper, the preliminary discussions to adapt the in territorial waters, the minimum size of 12 inches to total length as written in federal regulations. Next slide, please. Then as it pertains to seasonal closures. Seasonal closures been in place, and rebuilding a stock is 15 years. The guys would like to see some kind of assessments done, and is it really, these closures, are they really working for what it was intended to? It clearly states when we did the SFA in that document, the Sustainable Fisheries Act, it clearly states where that in not all cases do you close a fishery that it actually helps a fishery to recover. Sometimes bycatch can cause you to collapse that fishery by not being able to harvest from that fishery, but not understanding the whole fishery, you don't know how. So we would like to see assessments done on all the different seasonal closures. They are already compatible seasonal closures in the St. Thomas St. John district. Next slide, please. So here it shows all the compatibility. I won't read all of them out because we all have seen this. Next slide. And that one is a little small for me to see. Okay, so I think this one here talks about the bag limits. And right now, I think what we're looking at is we would like to see some kind of compatibility of the EEZ and territorial waters for recreational bag limits. So the numbers are listed there. We can always go back and tweak and them as we have further discussions. But right now in the federal waters, there are bag limits in place, and we would like to see compatibility across the board with bag limits. Next slide, please. And this is also another part of the recreational bag limits. Next slide. So federal regulations and the adoption of the fish traps. We only use a 2-inch in the St. Thomas St. John district, and request a language to retain buried lobsters. The recreational guys should not be allowed to fish and lobster traps in the EEZ and territorial waters. Now I know there are no rules in the federal waters right now as it pertains to traps, but we would like to open up some kind of discussion as it pertains to traps in the federal waters. We're talking about doing, if the council could entertain looking into a permit system, which would help us to control the fishing in the EEZ. And the reason we're looking into that is right now, I'm going to get in very soon to the lifting of the moratorium. Even though the lifting of the moratorium is a territorial issue, it also affects the federal waters. So I'm gonna get into that in a few minutes and have a little further discussion on that. Next slide. So here it is. We're talking about the fishing license and federal permits. So we went into the moratorium. So when we get into the moratorium, the fishers had a lot of concerns on the lifting of the moratorium. Now, we are not against the lifting of the moratorium. What we would like to see is the moratorium, well, what we would like to have seen happen, the moratorium should have been lifted in a way where all the studies were done prior to lifting. So from what was provided to us, none of these studies were done before the lifting of the moratorium. What was done is we looked at the vacancies and the quantity of fishers that we had. but the ACLs that were set and the present for St. Thomas St. John District was set off of 109 fishers, where approximately 43, or not much more than that, 43 fishers were the main contributors to those numbers for the ACLs. So what we are requesting from the district advisory panel is if the council can ask the SSC to take a look at our landings between the years of 2015 and the year 2019. And if the year 2020 is available, and look at where the annual catch limits are sitting right now. Look at the areas of how many fishers contributed to those landings. Look at which fisheries have been targeted the most and which fisheries we can maybe take an increase in fishing activity. A perfect example is the deep water snapper. Our annual catch limit for the deep water snapper is set at 500 pounds. And that's an issue. If you're now opening up the fishery to where we are saying it's going to be open up more to the line fishery, you will overrun that ACL within a week. There are some fishers who are interested in doing that if they obtain a new license. And there are also some fishers who are looking to go into that fishery who are presently commercial fishing. And we would need to know how would we adjust that annual catch limit with guidance from the SSC, if possible, in the council. How can we adjust that to a virgin fishery? We all know the fish are there, but they just haven't been fished. You can look at the landings over a long period of time. And then another area that we have some great concerns is our wahoo and dolphin fishery. Our annual catch limits that was set very low, and we were given a 3-year time period to collect as much data as possible to see what we're doing in that fishery, and if we can go back and reset that annual catch limit. Now, I think we are at that 3-year right now. And these licenses, if given, would go to a lot of charter boats who already harvest the dolphin and wahoo recreationally. And I think this is going to drive that fishery to be shut down within the first 6 months. So I'm asking the council for some help and seeing if we can have the SSC and its team to look at our numbers, and if they can provide us with some feedback, that would be great. And for the Division of Fish and Wildlife, I know you all have been collecting data on the recreational harvest for the dolphin and wahoo. And if we could see those numbers, share those numbers, let's see what has been harvested in the last 3 years. And if we can see the commercial side of it from the Southeast Fisheries Science Center, that would be great. This is information that the district advisory panel is requesting. So I know it's a lot to take in, but it's the beginning process. And I want to say thank you to everyone who made this meeting possible, both on the federal side and on the local side. And, from Noah and all its team members who were present, even to legal counsel, everybody was there. And my committee looked forward to us continuing dialogue on moving forward with the discussion of the compatibility regulations. Thank you very much. I'm open up for questions if anyone has it.
Thank you, Julian. We're gonna have a question from Kevin, and we're gonna go to Nelson after because we're very short on time to meet the lunchtime. Kevin?
Julian, I think that a lot of the questions you've got are going to be addressed at a presentation I have this afternoon, I hope, and if not, we can talk some more. So I won't get into that right now for time's sake. My question though is this 3-year data collection program you're talking about, what was that exactly? I'm not familiar with that. So what is that?
Okay, well, what happened was because when we were discussing the ACLs and we were discussing the Wahoo and Dolphin, if you recall, there was a big discussion in the room in the SSC meeting, and we asked to give a 3 years reprieve for us to collect as much data as possible from the recreational side and the Dolphin. So at that time was Director Ruth Gomez present, and she put together a form to start to collect the data. And then with the transition of the administration, it was continued because at the DAP meeting, we asked Sinai Haptis, is that program still ongoing? And he said yes. So we requested to see that data because we need to see that data. We need to see both from the commercial side and the recreational side, because we don't want the both of them to be combined. And what happens is automatically you shut your commercial guys down because you had no recreational data on the Dolphin and Wahoo, just like the rest of the fishery. We wanted to collect that information to see if we could even have a preliminary number to set for the recreational guys different than the commercial guys.
Okay, thanks. I mean, if you're never collecting data from the rec side, it won't matter what they catch. You'll only be opening and closing the fishery based on the information that you have, which would only be at this point the commercial, except now there is this, I guess, voluntary program. So the fact that if you don't have information from them, you can't shut down your fishery based upon what they're catching because you don't know what they're catching, right? So, but thanks for that clarification.
Yeah, just a touch. We want to make sure, and because we changed the way data was collected, we created all of these new catch report forms to see if at all it made a difference. And we haven't seen any of the numbers. So we don't know, since we set the new annual catch limits, where we at, what has the new information that we put forward with the identified species for each island-based platform, because we all had different species, to see where we at. And right now it would be nice if we can see where we at, and you said hopefully later on today we can have an idea. So it would be nice to see where we at, so we can know what we need to do or what we need to request from you guys, and also to pass that information along to our officials.
Thank you, Julian. We're gonna start with Nelson.
Oh, the battery is only up. Tienes que hablar. Te oigan por el Zoom.
Okay.
Okay. Ya van a presentar por eso.
Good morning, everyone. On October 27, the Puerto Rico District Advisory Panel met to revise all regulation in place and discuss new species under management. Although we do not have a participation of all the members of the panel, we are able to get some suggestions that we are going to present to you. And I really want to thank to Miguel, Graciela, and Maria for the guidance, and especially to Vanessa, because her comments and suggestions were of important help in getting our work done. For the Queen Kong fishery, we request to the council to reassess the Queen Kong closure in the EEC. Evaluate the possibility of reopening the EEC and have a reevaluate the seasonal closure. In my opinion, this fishery should be open in the EEC for a 3-month season for around 3 to 5 years to see how it works. We have a lot of comments from divers that used to dive in the EEC for conch, and they saw a big amount of conch that they are not can be able to catch. And this is an opportunity to reduce the pressure in state water for this fishery. We also recommend to the local government to maintain the administrative order in place that allow to bring the conch without shell to shore until scientific evaluation is done and decide what to do with the shell. This is only for security reasons. And after this, we recommend modification if needed in their jurisdiction. For the spiny lobster, we recommend establish a bag limit for the recreational sector in state waters. Also, we regulate the use of trammel net. We recommend to regulate the use of trammel nets in the state water for the lobster fishery due to high bycatch, high mortality of lobster. We recommend to regulate the soak time, the number of net that can use, the length, mesh size, etc. Everything that concern with travel net have to be regulated. Curiously, the spiny lobster fishery is very healthy, but at the same time is in danger because have an extremely high bycatch with the use of trammel net. In my opinion, it's time to address this matter because a high number of small lobster end in the market with the use of this year, among other dangerous issues that cause. I've been saying this for a long time, and I think it's time, to do something about this. On the next slide, please. For the fish species regulated by size, in order to have consistency on enforcement, we recommend to this council to study the possibility to adopt size regulation in the EEC for white ground and king and zero mackerels, and established in Puerto Rico regulations. Next slide. Regarding the recreational bag limit in the EEC, we recommend the adoption of snapper, grouper, paddlefish combined recreational bag limit in state water. Puerto Rico and federal government should do compatible regulation as much as possible in order to make more easy the enforcement and the protection of these species. For the recreational sector, snapper end in the market when they are targeted. And parrotfish, we know that is an important species that have to be protected for the benefits of our habitats. Next slide, please. For the mahi, wahoo, and mackerel recreational bag limit, we recommend to review the bag limit applied in the state water. Maybe consider to apply a 515 bag limit for this species combined. Also, we recommend compatibility of regulation after detailed assessment of 515 for Dorado. Next slide, please. Regarding seasonal closure for the grouper unit 8, we recommend more studies to evaluate a closure for this unit. And for the grouper unit 6, we recommend to leave this seasonal closure as is. Trying to extend the red hind closure for 50 more days going to bring a negative impact to the fisherman's economy. Durante the days we say that we celebrate the Quaresma, that are 40 days ending with the Eastern week. That is when these fish have more demand. It would also bring distrust in the management plan and would encourage illegal fishing. Honestly, the red hind when have more pressure is during these 40 days. After that, that fishery around, they still catching around the island, but don't have that much pressure. I call that fishery a seasonal catfish. For the snapper unit 1, we also recommend to keep the closure as is. And for snapper units 4 and 5, this closure is working out and we recommend to keep it as is. Also, we recommend more studies for those units. Regarding the fishing year, next slide. We recommend to include regulation on bow and arrow for both EEZ and Puerto Rico waters. And we have some report from fishermen that they saw at Mona Island, the hunters, where they're going to hunt at that island, that they use the bow and arrow for fishing in the shore, and that's gonna cause damage to the corals and the habitats. Next slide, please. Regarding the nets, we recommend to conduct a revision of this fishing year and their impact, especially for spiny lobster. We request to evaluate the use of trammer net in state water. Also, we recommend to consider permits for trammer, for the use of trammer net, and request to establish a maximum number of net fishes. For example, no more than 3 nets per fisher in a 12-hour period. Also, establish limited soak time for nets. And again, the trammel net is a year that is very dangerous, not only cause damage to the habitat, also can affect the whole ecosystem. A high number of dead fish have to be discarded every time you use it due to its decomposition. And I've been for a long time saying this every time I have a chance. The high number of small lobsters that end in the market with a ratio of 8 out of 10 that are captured. In my opinion, it's time for the local government step into the plate and take action immediately to address the danger of this fishing year for the good of our fishing resources. And regarding the trammer net, if you let me, Mr. Chair, I want to read a letter that a fisherman that we all know, Edwin Font Pauco, sent me a few days ago. It says, I'm gonna read it in Spanish. Soy un pescador comercial vitalicio que dediqué 30 años de mi vida a la pesca de langosta con scuba en un 75% y con nazas en 25%. Esto me permite transmitirle serias preocupaciones vividas sobre el uso del mallorquín en Puerto Rico. Preocupaciones que he llevado a varios foros sin resultado.
Nelson, tenemos 10 minutos.
Okay.
Y me gustaría que tú registrar la carta, que tú nos permita circular a todos. Going to circulate the letter to everybody to count us on the record that Pauco sent, which is an important letter, but we don't, because of sake of time, going to take too much time to read. Go ahead, Miguel.
Okay.
They have to go deeper and deeper to get the lobster. See, they should here all the time. So they have to move out to deeper water or change to traps or other gears. As an example, 5 fishermen from his barrio, from his sector, used to die for lobster. Now there's only 1 because they cannot compete with the trammel nets. The other issue that he presented, the trammel net inundates the market. The fisher that use trammel net inundate the market, and then the prices are lower because they have more offer than demand. And I propose, Mr. Chairman, that we include the letter in the record. We can make a translation of the letter. Diana, Cristina can do the translation and distribute the letter. So before the next meeting, you all will have the letter. And it will be part of the briefing.
Thank you very much, Miguel. Thank you very much, Nelson. Do you have anything else besides we keep going?
I have 2 more topics, but I have to add regarding the nets, that in the past we have a really productive traps fishery for lobster in the west coast of Puerto Rico. Since the fishermen start using the trammel net, that fishery died almost for complete. And we are now trying with the Tojedanki project to try to, bring that fishery back, but it's very hard to us. It's like to climb the Everest in a bicycle, but we are trying, we do our best. And regarding the bycatch, the trammel nets kids kill, since you can kill a 1,000-pound shark or a 1-pound fish. And due to the oxygenation, where the fish try to escape from the nets, they start the decomposition really fast. And when you pull the net out, you have to discard all those fishes because they are not good for sale. Okay, we can move to the next slide. Regarding the traps, we recommend to discuss the use of plastic component in traps only for the escape panel. Evaluate how cheap traps that do not comply with regulation could become legal. Need to regulate milk crates that being used as fish traps. In my opinion, these crates are versatile and productive if regulated by the size of the size. But we must be very careful when dealing with this matter, because it can end in an event of theft of this crate in the shops of the area, because everybody knows that all the supermarkets, all the bakeries put all these crates in the back of the store, and they are really easy to be stolen for anybody. We also suggest to identify sustainable material for traps like wood crates that are proved to be effective and cheap. Next slide, please. Regarding the area regulation, we recommend to discuss each discrepancy by area for local government to adopt federal regulations. We also recommend to the council to study compatibility, taking into consideration the biology and socioeconomic factors, and conduct a vessel inventory that fish those areas with species targeted and the fishing year usage. It's necessary to do this with an effective committee where the federal and local government, in conjunction with the fishermen and other interested parties, being together for these purposes. The last one is the license and permit. We suggest for the federal to adopt state regulations. There would no need to have other permits. Evaluate license or permit that can be valid in both jurisdictions. Celebrate highly migratory species outreach meeting with fisher. The fisherman needs help and support with the small boat permit for the Caribbean. That's all I can. If you got any question, I'll be more than happy to answer.
One burning question to Nelson, Kevin, and we keep moving. Thank you.
So, Nelson, the burning question I have is, how extensive do you think the travel nets are? Like, how much of the landings do you think can be attributed to travel nets versus the other years? Like, are they catching half? Are they catching 75%? Are they catching 25%? That's what I'm saying.
In my experience, that is a seasonal year. And the guys pretty use it by when the cold front comes or storm. But I can guarantee you that that year can catch in that period more than the 75–80% of the lobster that go straight to the market. And and the length, and that is not only because the fisherman use one net. Only one fisherman can have 5, 6, 10 nets in the water. And the length can be from 100 fathoms to 400 fathoms, because I know fishermen who have those nets for 400 fathoms. And the big problem is when they throw the nets in the water, and maybe the bad weather comes, that net stayed in the water for maybe 1 week, 2 weeks. And you cannot imagine how many lives killed that year. And it's, for me, I'm a fisherman. I'm a commercial fisherman, and I want to catch fish, and I want to make money, but I protect my resources. And I think if you ask to me, my personal, and everybody know my personal opinion, if it's me, I put a cross over that year and don't allow nobody to use it anymore. But that is, that is concerned to you and the local government to do that.
Okay, thanks. So it's seasonal, but when it's out there, it's a high impact, and it could be ghost fishing, basically, right? Because they leave it out there a long time.
Yes. For me, it's
And many of the lobsters are undersized.
Yeah.
And landed anyway.
Yeah. No, and the thing, if you throw it back to the water, that lobster is damaged because it's hurt, because taking out from the nets, and the pregnant that die in the tangle in the net. And I can guarantee you that it's a percentage of 80 from 10 lobster, 8 lobster are small. And I guarantee you that. So we have to do something about it. This is the time, we can keep losing more time, because in one moment that fishery is going to be in really danger.
Thank you, Nelson. And we have a very short presentation or participation from Carlos, and we're going to break for lunch because we have to be back here at 1 o'clock for some round presentation.
We can do that after Sam Rock's presentation. We have to break now. They are going to switch here and the electricity will come.
Okay, do you have 1 minute or you need more than a minute?
I don't think so.
Do it after Sam Rock.
Fine.
Yeah, okay, Carlos gonna bring the participation after lunch and some round presentation. See you guys back here at 1 o'clock. Welcome back, everyone. Gonna restart the meeting. At this time, we have a presentation. That will be addressed to us by Sam Rauch. Presentation on the 14-0 wait.
I am time lag. Marco.
216A. Welcome, Sam. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, this is Sam Rock, or somebody can, am I coming through clearly?
Yes, you are.
Yeah,
All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead, and I apologize, Mr. Chair, if I'm interrupting. I was getting some feedback on my end. So I'm going to go ahead and give this presentation, and then we can open it up for a discussion if that is all right with you. And if not, please someone let me know. You good?
Marco, ¿tú estás oyendo a Sánchez? ¿Te está hablando?
Yes, excuse me, Sam. Can you hold on for a second? We are
Yes,
listening.
absolutely.
I am listening you. Low volume. I'm gonna try to find out something.
I will wait until you let me know.
Escucha el resto de la gente.
Es que te dije que había que preguntarle a él qué es lo que va a hacer.
Yo no puedo hacer nadie host. A mí me
Con esto se oye.
Okay. Bueno, pues vamos a intentarlo. Pero no iba a Carlos a decir algo. Vamos primero con... ¿Qué? Hay que conectar aquí. A Guillermo. Porque tú estás por el Zoom. Sam, can you hear us?
Sam, ¿nos puedes escuchar?
Oh, yes, I can.
Okay, hold on a second. Let me see if I can
¿Puedo?
set this up. Pero estoy oyendo a Guillermo también. Okay, so you may... ¿Le digo que empiece? Okay, so you may go ahead.
All right, thank you. And yeah, please send me a text or something if the quality cuts out on my end. So thank you. I am Sam Rauch. I am the Deputy Assistant Administrator for Regulatory Programs at the National Marine Fisheries Service, the Deputy Director. And I am pleased to be with you here today to talk about the administration's report on conserving and restoring America the Beautiful. I understand that we were trying to give you this presentation earlier, but we had a mix-up somewhere, and so we've rescheduled, and I appreciate the flexibility the council has provided to allow us to do this a little bit later than we had originally wanted, but still to get the important input that the council may have and to share with you where we are. So the report was released in early May, and it complements NOAA's 5 decades of conserving natural, cultural, and historic resources within our nation's marine and Great Lakes environments and special places. In the report, the president calls on Americans to join together in pursuit of a goal of conserving at least 30% of our lands and waters by 2030 through an inclusive and locally led effort. The report includes recommendations emphasizing the importance of ongoing dialogue, engagement, and collaboration for conserving and restoring America the Beautiful. If I can have the next slide, please. So this is the executive order that created the process that we're in now. It was signed on January 27th, 2021. Can we go back? Go back to the executive order. Okay, thank you. It directs the Department of Interior, or DOI, working with other agencies, including Commerce, to produce a report to the National Climate Task Force. And that's the task force that was created separately in this executive order, but it's an executive level task force that reports to the president to recommend steps for conserving at least 30% of US lands and waters by 2030. The 30% is not necessarily an end point. It says at least 30%. And it is not necessarily numerically, although it is the target is more on achieving specific conservation outcomes and the benefits they provide over the long term, as opposed to achieving the numerical standard itself. Section 216A(i), which is highlighted here, directs NOAA and other federal agencies to solicit input from state, local, tribal, and territorial officials, agricultural officials, fishermen, and other key stakeholders in identifying strategies that will encourage broad participation in the goal of conserving at least 30% of our land and water by 2030. And it also calls for guidelines for determining whether the lands and waters qualify for conservation and mechanisms to measure progress towards that goal. And I'll talk about that more later. So if I can have the next slide, please. I'm going to go on. Yeah. So with the issuance of the executive orders, we gathered input. We had a number of broad listening sessions and outreach sessions before the report was issued to a number of these groups, including I talked to the CCC, and I had a number of presentations with individual councils to the extent that we can arrange them to get input on how to frame this overall effort. And that helped inform the subsequent report. So if I could have the next slide, please. So the report, as I said, came out in May. It was entitled Conserving and Restoring America the Beautiful. It was the first step in the process about building a strategy for achieving the conservation goals. And it lists at the outset 3 overarching conservation goals. And when I said that 30% wasn't as significant, the 30% is designed to achieve these 3 overarching goals of combating key threats to the loss of natural areas and natural resources, climate change, and disparities in access to the outdoors. So you'll see me refer back to these overarching areas, because this is when you look at conservation, when you look at what we're trying to achieve, we're trying to achieve these 3 overarching topics: combating the losses for natural areas and natural resources, dealing with climate change and dealing with disparities in access to the outdoors. So it's a 10-year locally led, nationally scaled campaign. It's not going to happen tomorrow. It is a decade-long process. And most importantly for this group, it recognizes the need for a continuum of approaches. It intentionally used the term conservation as opposed to other terms such as protected areas, because it acknowledges that the value of various conservation actions in addition to protected areas, including areas that allow for sustainable mixed use or areas that may need to be restored. But because we are currently and still seeking input on how to measure progress towards that 30% goal and what conservation really means, we did not sit at the outset say that any specific conservation actions were either included or excluded. However, so if I could have the next slide, please. The next slide. While they're loading up the next slide, yeah, that one. So it did, while it didn't say exactly what was conservation, and that is an issue that we continue to need to define, it did lay out 8 core principles that we should be looking at that's critical to the success and durability of the areas. And these are equally important in the report, and they reflect a broad consensus of views and recommendations that we did during that early outreach effort. Some of these principles are that no matter what we do, the process needs to be collaborative and inclusive. It needs to avoid being top-down and directive, but try to build on the collaborative work that makes many of the conservation efforts successful. It needs to conserve for the benefit of all people, of all Americans, and the benefit should be equitably distributed. The value of a place should not be measured solely in biological terms, but also by its capacity to provide, well, I don't know what happened to the PowerPoint, but capacity to provide benefits such as access to recreation and preparing for and responding to climate change and impacts. So I'm going to go on and finish my discussion, but I see the PowerPoint seems to have gone away. It needs to be supportive of locally led efforts. As I said, indicated, it shouldn't be top down, but reflect that many of the conservation benefits that we have secured so far are developed locally from the bottom up. We need to honor tribal sovereignty, treaty rights, subsistence rights, and freedom of religious practices, which also align with the president's overall objectives. We need to recognize that conservation can be a job creation activity, and we should pursue approaches that create and preserve jobs across the landscape. A lot of what the councils do when they create conservation areas is designed to support important commercial recreational fisheries, which has a direct linkage back to many important coastal jobs. And so we design, I know the council takes that into account as they design fishery management areas. We should be mindful of the same sort of processes and thoughts as we look at applying this conservation mandate here. We need to honor private property and voluntary stewardship efforts, recognizing particularly on land that much of the advancements in conservation are done by private landowners that volunteer their lands for conservation. And we need to be mindful of that and to take that into account and include that in the process. We need to use science as a guide, but also include and recognize that as part of that, there is a role for indigenous and traditional ecological knowledge to complement other sorts of scientific endeavors. And important for the councils, we need to build on existing tools and strategies. There is not an intent to create a separate conservation mandate, but to the extent that we are working on conservation, work through things like the Magnuson Act or other sort of already existing structures, and not just federal structures, but also state and local structures, private land structures, and other kinds of strategies that already exist on the landscape. If I could have the next slide, please. Slide 6, I think. So while they're loading up slide 6, the next step in this, as I said, we've done the report. The next step is to work on a conservation atlas. The president has set a goal of 30% conservation of 30% of our land and waters, but we don't know where we currently stand along that objective. Are we at 30%? Are we over? Are we under? If we're under, how far under are we? What other opportunities are there? There is a need to create a baseline assessment about how much of our existing land and waters are currently conserved so that we can better design strategies to achieve the president's overall objectives if we have not already done so. So we're going to create an American Conservation Stewardship Atlas, provide a baseline assessment of where we are. It's going to be developed by a federal interagency working group with input from the public, states, tribes, scientists, and a wide range of stakeholders, and consider a range of contributions, including voluntary conservation measures under the Magnuson-Stevens Act, and other existing efforts by governments, private landowners at conservation. We do envision that there will be annual reports, and I expect the first annual report to come before the end of the year. But there will be one each year that will document the progress that we've made, updating on areas of collaboration identified in the report, update on land cover changes, including loss of open space, and review the conditions of fish and wildlife habitats and populations. And as I said, I expect the first one to be coming in the next few weeks. If I can have the next slide, please. So we mentioned the 3 overarching objectives, and then there's the 8 core principles that any conservation measure should work its way, should adopt. The report does find 6 areas of initial focus. As I said, this is a decade-long initiative, but in the short term, the president has asked us, or the report recommends, that we look at 6 particular areas where we might make more immediate early progress. One is creating more parks and safe outdoor opportunities in nature-deprived communities. Once again, though, supporting locally led efforts, particularly in communities that disproportionately lack access to nature and its benefits. We need to support tribal-led conservation restoration activities. We are directed to review our most successful conservation programs to determine how to better include and support tribal governments. That could include working with Congress to revise underlying statutes or developing technical assistance and capacity building grants to support indigenous-led conservation efforts. Additionally, federal agencies should take steps to improve engagement with American Indians, Alaska Natives, Native Hawaiians, other territorial Native groups on the care and management of public lands and waters, particularly regarding sacred ceremonial sites and trust and treaty rights. We are asked to expand collaborative conservation of fish and wildlife habitat and corridors. Taking steps we should take broadly supported steps to stem the decline of fish and wildlife populations and their habitats throughout the country, including through such wildlife corridors and fish passage. It explicitly calls for the expansion of the National Marine Sanctuary System and the National Estuarine Research Reserve System. These are NOAA programs that are run through the National Ocean Service, not the Fishing Service, but the report does call for that expansion. And in particular for this group, it recognizes the work of the Regional Fishery Management Councils under the Magnuson-Stevens Act and calls for NOAA to work closely with the councils to identify areas or networks of areas where fishery management efforts would support those long-term conservation goals. As I said, the 3 overarching goals at the beginning of this presentation and in the report. We are to look for increased access to outdoor recreation. We are to incentivize and reward voluntary conservation efforts for fishermen, ranchers, farmers, and forest owners. And as I indicated before, continue to look at the focus on creating jobs by investing in restoration and resilience. In addition, we know that restoration efforts themselves can be job creators. The land that is conserved can function to support broader jobs across the landscape. The report also calls for the putting new diverse generation of Americans to work, such as through the Civilian Climate Corps that can help conserve and restore public lands and waters towards meeting the 30% goal. And that is actually a function of a different executive order. So a couple more slides. If I could have the next one, please. Then the next step, this report is a starting point. Once the report was issued, we began a process of formally and informally engaging state, tribes, territory stakeholders, and the public, including the fishery management councils, through things like this. We had intended to reach out to the Caribbean Council earlier, and I apologize for the miscommunication, but we're glad that we're here now. So if I can have the next slide, please. The next slide talks about NOAA authorities, and so as we engage with the council and others, NOAA has certain distinct authorities it is bringing to bear in this process, including the Sanctuaries Act, the Coastal Zone Management Act, but the Marine Mammal Protection Act and the ESA, but in particular is the Magnuson Act, dealing with the councils and looking at the various time area closures that the council has adopted and figuring out how they align with the overarching three mandates that the president laid out, or that this report laid out, and whether or not they should therefore be considered as conservation areas for the purposes of this effort. And I would also mention the Antiquities Act, which is not a NOAA authority per se, but we are often, if the president designates a monument in federal waters, in ocean waters, the president often provides co-management authority to NOAA. It is not a given, but for all of the current ocean monuments, we do have co-management authority. And so that is one of the authorities that we also bring to bear. And so as we seek comments on this, we ask the councils and others to keep in mind these various statutes which allow NOAA to act and interact in aligning these conservation goals. So if I could have the last slide, please. The last slide is what we're seeking for you. So today, we wanted to provide this report to you and get any input that you may have, answers any questions that you may have. This is a list of questions that we are asking. This slide says the public, but we are asking you today as the council to think about. We've done a number of outreach. We've done a number of Federal Register notice. We've done 8 Federal Register notice, and I think we're going to do one more shortly that talks about these things. But we're interested in a number of overarching questions, and I'm not going to read all of them. I'm going to outline a few of them that I think touches on this. So we laid out the 3 overarching objectives: loss of natural areas, addressing climate change and resilience, addressing disparate access rights. What types of conservation measures are currently effective at addressing those 3 overarching goals? Are there additional actions that would be effective at dealing with that? What are the appropriate tools? I mean, we know the councils can act, recommend closed areas that NOAA implements. Many of them are designed that would complement those overarching objectives. Some are not, but many would. What criteria should we use to evaluate whether or not to pursue additional measures to meet those overarching objectives? What role does the Magnuson Act play in that? What role do any of the other NOAA authorities play in that? How do we account for what is or is not conservation? Of those kind of authorities, a different way of talking about this is we need to figure out where we are on the spectrum of achieving 30% or more. What of the type of actions that the councils put in place should we take into account, given that the council's objectives can complement but are not always aligned with the 3 goals that we laid out there. I am aware, and I'm sure the Caribbean Council is aware of the efforts of the Council Chairs Committee to formulate a broader work group that is designed to accumulate the various council actions on area-based management and to talk about what is good or not good, what works or doesn't work with that, with the idea that that could feed into this process about what council actions actually do match and align well with the president's objectives, and so should count for the 30% goals and which ones might not. It's not that they are bad actions. They were designed in the Magnus Act to maybe meet different goals. And then finally, how would we support and collaborate with stakeholders to broaden participation and restoration objectives? And I see that the presentation's gone away, and I think that's fine. I don't think we need to put it up again. But those are the kinds of questions. So it is, what should go into a report? How should we craft conservation? How should we look at the various measures that we currently deal with, particularly the council deals with? How could those be improved, if at all? And then how do we collaborate with stakeholders better? So that's the overall presentation. I apologize again for this being late in the process. Currently, we are working on the annual report, and we're trying to get the atlas together and trying to decide what guidance we have on what really is conservation or not. With that, Mr. Chair, I am happy to take questions or have any feedback if the council would like to give it to us now or later into this process.
Thank you very much. Hope you can hear me.
I can.
And thank you. And gonna pass the mic to Miguel Rolón. There is anybody from the council that would like to make a question for now? Council members? We have JP from DPNR USBI gonna make a question.
As opposed to just aligning something that's already being done in Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. Back in 2013, the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund launched the Caribbean Challenge Initiative. It mostly focused on the conservation of the water areas of the Caribbean. I think the goal at the time was 20%, and they've since, I believe in 2018, they may have upped that to 30%. But both Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands actually sent letters to the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund for inclusion, and I believe both territories were granted observer status, since it is something that's mostly amongst the CARICOM nations. But again, it was to show alignment with our Caribbean partners on the conservation efforts, particularly with the water areas, and then also some sub goals towards climate change and renewable energies and such. I think those two things align, and we can see where, from particularly the water side of things, where this also feeds into the America the Beautiful initiative. So just wanted to make sure that you guys were aware that the Caribbean, the U.S. Caribbean, has in fact been doing something along these lines already, particularly on the water side. And then we can also tie in where some of our lands also try and or assist us in meeting that 30% goal. So thanks.
Yeah,
I make any comment?
Well, I appreciate that comment, and it is certainly true that this effort was influenced by a number of international efforts on the ocean. I can't speak for the origins of the land part of it, because we as the Marine Fisheries Service, we deal mostly with the ocean part. But on the ocean part, this did seem to build on a number of these international efforts. I will mention that while the various ways that these international groups calculate progress, whether it's conservation through the Caribbean effort that you mentioned, which is very useful, there are other ways. There's the IUCN is doing one. There are different ways that you might calculate whether the amount of waters preserved or conserved or other kinds of issues. The U.S. is going to look at all those things, but will develop a U.S. specific criteria so that the U.S. monitors. So I imagine that much as you, I think you phrased it, it's complementary. I think it will be complementary, but it will not be, but the US will decide on its own exactly what the criteria should be. But it's already influenced by a lot of these principles that you have talked about. And on the land side, we are currently talking about how you can have a consistent view of both land and water. You need to be mindful that the president's mandate was for both, and there needs to be some consistency about how we think about the ocean versus how we think about land. And you can see throughout the report is a lot of focus on not just the ocean-based issues, but the land-based issues are quite important as well. So I appreciate the efforts that Puerto Rico and others are making in this regard, and we'll make sure to take that into account as we move forward with the further planning of this effort. So thank you.
Thank you, Miguel Roland.
Yeah, we like to thank Sam for the presentation. And just for information, the Caribbean Council have been involved with the subcommittee of the council's group, the CCC. This is the committee for the area-based management. That subcommittee is looking at the areas that we have closed for purposes of the Management Stevens Act, the areas that have been closed by the local governments, and to check whether those areas comply with the requirement of the 14008 executive order. With some presentation, you have a series of questions here, and they are in the webpage. We have a link with Noah, and the intention that the staff will prepare the response. We will circulate it among everybody, but the response had to be submitted before December 28th to the NOAA fisheries. But our response will be based on previous discussion of the council. In addition, each government could also send a letter by the commissioner, a letter by the secretary of the DNR, Puerto Rico, addressing these questions. Because like the commissioner said, the two local governments really have been involved in international bodies concerned with the same issues. But it is important to note that although the United States is a signatory of some of these international bodies, this executive order called for within the nation approach to the 30 by 30. So in essence, the council is going to submit that letter to be on time. The process will continue, and there are some deadlines that, as Sam said, that had to be met. And then you have a chance to see the report, the national report, and the committee report that is being prepared as we speak. Those questions then will be addressed. At this time, Mr. Chairman, does anybody, a council member, have a question in relation to what Sam Rock presented today?
I don't see any hands up for now. And Sam, we're going to make sure that we keep our ears open to the council members and to all the stakeholders to produce this letter that we're going to submit to you on time before the date you requested. Do you have any other question or point to express to the group?
I do not. I apologize. Apparently, I had another slide I didn't realize I had that highlighted how to submit comments. And I would say we appreciate the council's comments, but if there are other stakeholders that wanted to comment directly, we can take advantage of these opportunities. But no, I do appreciate the council's time, and if there is nothing else, I am happy to sign off.
Okay, I'm gonna offer our social media and the ways we have to make this information available for comments.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda. We have a brief participation of Carlos Pachete. Pass from the chair reports. If you want
But I can do it. That's not for Sam.
No, that's for everyone. So
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment regarding the compatible rights discussions that were happening earlier. St. Croix's approach was a little different. And we,
go ahead, check it out.
we wanted to begin the discussion on compatible rights at the local level first, using the St. Croix Fisheries Advisory Committee. Should I start over?
Yeah.
Okay, St. Croix approached the compatible regulations a little differently. We felt that the discussion should begin at the local level first, before we move forward with our recommendations to the council's district advisory panel. So everything that you saw up on the screen that was presented before, we have already completed most of that stuff. I think we only tabled one of the items when it came to pots and traps. And other than that, the various recommendations that the members of the St. Croix Fisheries Advisory Committee made will be taken to a vote maybe in the January or February monthly meeting. And after that, we would present our recommendations to the Director of Fish and Wildlife, Dr. Angeli, to forward to the Commissioner for consideration. That's it.
Thank you, Carlos. And next item on the agenda will be the discussion of the trawling gear in federal waters.
Let's see if I can do
Gear
this.
in the federal waters.
Mr. Chair, if I may, please make sure that when you speak, you turn on the microphone because otherwise it won't be recorded. So even if I'm next to you with the phone or the other microphone, make sure that everyone's on the table is turned on so that we can record the conversation. So I think that it was, I don't know if everyone can hear me in Zoom. Can you hear me? Okay. So thank you. So it's really good that this presentation comes after Sam Roach's presentation because it deals specifically with one of the issues that they're encountering in terms of the special areas of protection and the 30 by 30, etc. So if I may have, this is not a new issue in the Caribbean. I mean, this is a paper from 1944 that Maria found. And NOAA actually had cruises in the Caribbean where we use shrimp trawls and other types of trawls to drag these nets on the bottom, got them snagged, etc. So there is some history as to the use of this gear in the area. Can I have the next slide, please? So why are we discussing trawling? Specifically because of the 14008 that has to do with designating MPAs to qualify for specific designations. And this also has to do with funding availability, etc. And to a revision of all of the areas that are protected. The executive order asks for collaboration among jurisdictions. So that's not only the state and the federal governments, but it's also the Department of Interior, it's the monument areas, it's the Coast Guard, etc. So fish really don't understand about boundaries, and we do create quite a number of artificial boundaries. So collaboration is in the essence of the executive order. In reference to the area-based management and marine protected areas that do not qualify for special conservation, that's the issue that we have in our hands, because apparently we had forgotten that the authorized gears for the area, trawls are actually allowed for non-FMP species. So it is in the provisions that people could actually come in and troll through the area. So the other issue that we need to talk about, and this is the direction that we need from the council, to keep on working on the tables of authorized gears. And you have in Appendix B of the gear amendment that you have in the briefing book, the regulations that are in place as of now, and the changes that will take place with the island-based FMP are implemented. And there are a number of changes, a number of issues, but we still have trolls as part of the authorized gears. Can I have the next one, please? So this is the old version. So I marked in red, you can see at the bottom of the screen that troll is allowed for commercial fishery of non-FMP species. There are a number of other issues with these authorized gears. So once you review it, please tell staff where you want us to go with the different gears that are authorized for the different fisheries. Can I have the next one? This is what you'll see in Appendix B of the gear amendment. So it's a summary of everything that applies to Puerto Rico, everything that applies to St. Thomas, everything that applies to St. Croix, and there are differences in the authorized gears for the different areas. Next slide, please. Did you lose the internet again? Okay, there we go. So this is what we have to look at in terms of the authorized gears. So I've marked for each of the three islands, we do have troll in the regulations, and that's what the council needs to decide, whether we're going to continue to allow the use of trolls, or at least to allow the fact that trolls would be allowed to fish for things in the EEZ as they stand now. Can I have the next one, please? So back to the areas of marine protected areas. One of the issues is that even when we have a prohibition, the council has a prohibition on the use of bottom tending gear in these areas, troll is still allowed in these MPAs for non-FMP species. So Bajo de Sico has a different regulation than Abril La Sierra and Turmalin. Hind Bank, it's a completely no-take zone. Grammatic Bank has a seasonal closure. Mouton Snapper and Lang Bank in St. Croix, they all have a prohibition on the bottom tending gears, but for non-FMP species, except for those areas where it says that all fishing is prohibited during the season that it's closed, you still have the possibility of someone being able to use a troll through these areas. Next one, please. So in terms of nets, and this is something that we had discussed this morning from the DAPS, and also that it's in the part of the regulations, that gill nets and trammel nets are prohibited in the Caribbean EEZ. So we already have that issue with the nets taken care of in terms of the EEZ. And this is not really the case for compatibility issues with Puerto Rico, for example, but nets are also banned in St. Croix. And there are other regulations that are implemented regarding the gill and the trammel nets. Next one, please. So these are the two types of trolls that you are likely to see if anyone was going to come and use them in this area. The midwater trolling and the bottom trolls. As far as we know, there's no one using either one of these two gears in the US Caribbean EEZs. But again, I mean, they could be used for non-FMP species. Next one, please. So with the regulation as this stands, and that means allow troll gear in the EEZ MPAs for non-FMP species, you can go down a list of pros and cons to keep the regulations in place or to actually change the regulations that you have in place. That would be, for example, to ban all trolls from all of the EEZ or from the MPAs, etc. And there is a picture on the right-hand side that's part of the baseline of the baseline characterization of the mesophotic reef between 30 and 50 meters. So there's, sponges and corals all over the place. And one of the big issues would be the destruction of coral habitat or sponge habitat, so important in those midwaters. The bycatch, probably if it's usable, could be a good thing, but then you have the Endangered Species Act and those species that are protected that could probably be impacted by trolls. Then you have, it would be something to look at if you're developing a new fishery, but then you have to weigh the trade-offs in terms of it's a new fishery and it could be economically significant, but then on the other hand, your coral-based reef fisheries might be impacted by the damage to the coral and the sponge habitats. And then again, it's not a really good idea for the management of protected species or for the protection of essential fish habitat and habitat areas of particular concern. Could I have the next one, please? This is not an all-inclusive list. It's just something that we started looking at. So trolling regulations across the jurisdictions, there you have it. The EEC allows for non-FMP species to be harvested with troll. For the recreational sector is prohibited. For Puerto Rico, as Reglamento 7964 states, 2010, they're both prohibited for the commercial and the recreational use. And in the Virgin Islands, as far as I'm concerned, and please correct me if this is not correct, at least in the regulations that we've read, it's allowed to use trolls. There are regulations on certain other nets, but not specifically on trolls. Can I have the next one? And I think that that's the last one. So we need the council input and direction to the staff regarding the determination if a prohibition on trolling in all MPAs established by the CFMC is necessary. A prohibition on trolling in all of the US Caribbean EEZs is necessary. Remember that now Puerto Rico has Puerto Rico EEZ, St. Thomas, St. John EEZ, and St. Croix EEZ. Or if you believe that no action is necessary at this stage. Now, the question is, how can that be done? Whether through a regulatory amendment, through the once implemented island-based FMPs, and then when can this be done?
Miguel.
Hold on. Prende tu micrófono, el otro, el de la computadora. Let's see if that works.
A ver, funciona. Okay, you really do not have to be concerned with how it be done and who's going to do it because the staff will take care of that. But the decision that we need is, do you want to prohibit trolling in all MPAs? The reason for that was that when we were discussing at the area-based management subcommittee of the CCC that I mentioned before, it was pointed out that Hawaii and Puerto Rico and St. Thomas and John and St. Croix, US Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico and Hawaii, do not prohibit the use of trolling in the MPAs. That created a loophole. And in order for you to comply with the 3x30, they recommend these two councils to close the use of trollings in the MPAs. The second question, you want to prohibit the use of trolling in all the areas that we call the EEC, and also to recommend the local government to take action if they consider that something that should be done. So the first question is for the council. Do you want to prohibit trolling in all MPAs declared as such by the council, by the Secretary of Commerce after the recommendation from the council?
Carlos D'Antoni.
Okay. So I have a motion. Should I take this one here off?
Oh, so you can, yeah, use yours.
Okay. So I have a motion. So I go ahead with that. Are you gonna put it up there?
Tú tienes lo de las mociones. ¿Quieres que lo haga yo?
In the meantime, you look for the paper. Jocelyn is requesting for the turn to speak.
Good.
Jocelyn?
Yes, thank you. Can you all hear me?
Hey, Jocelyn,
Yes.
can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, sorry, can you
Jocelyn?
hear me? Are you all able to hear me?
Jocelyn, can you
I can hear
hear
you,
us?
Graciela.
Can you hear us?
me? I can. Can you hear
Jocelyn,
me?
can you hear us?
I can hear you. I'm getting a note that folks can hear me on Zoom, so it might be an issue in the room.
Tengo que grabar.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. The only thing I was going to speak to is just the comments about prohibiting trawling as necessary for any qualification under the 30 by 30 goals. As we just heard in Sam's presentation, they're still sort of developing the idea of what would qualify as a conservation area. So I don't know that it's strictly necessary for trawling to be prohibited in the marine protected areas for those to qualify for coverage under 30 by 30. I think that's still an open question as to what conservation means. So I wouldn't necessarily base a decision on that rationale, but if there's other reasons to investigate prohibiting trawling, including to protect the habitat and for protective reasons for the fish species, then certainly it makes sense to consider it. One other thing to note about the marine protected areas that we have, sort of the areas that are closed to the bottom tending gears, those prohibitions spell out which gears you can't use. So it says things like traps and pots can't be used in the Bajo de Seco area. You could add trawls to that list as well if that was something that you were concerned about there. If the purpose of those areas was to protect it from bottom gears, you could add that bottom tending trawl gear that Graciela had shown.
Thank you, Jocelyn. We heard you. We heard you well. Carlos?
Right.
Let's finish with put the motion up there to start the discussion and to follow up on the process. Go ahead, Carlos.
Right. One for the MPAs. To prohibit trawling in the MPAs. Okay. So I move to prohibit the use of trawl gear in MPAs of the U.S. Caribbean EEZ.
It was second by Tony Blanchard. Any discussion? Yes.
No, I'm not.
Hello.
Sorry about this.
No problem. Again, Jean-Pierre Oriol for the USVI. So this is more discussion just on language, and you guys can advise where we would be able to clean this up. But the motion is for specifically trawl gear. And I think that's one of the things that we have to recognize is that the activity of trawling is probably going to be how, if things progress in terms of how we manage our sargassum influxes and issues around the territory, that it'll be that gear that's being used. So it's not necessarily trawling gear for commercial fishing, but we're stating here that it's trawl gear inside of the MPAs, the EEC. You guys can advise best how we can create language that would allow permission, special permits, whatever, to be issued by the jurisdictions that would allow for that type of gear for this specific activity, particularly as it relates to removing or redirecting sargassum, just because those are the discussions that are taking place within the territories in terms of management of the sargassum issue and how we get rid of it. It will be more at sea rather than inside or near shore when it causes the most problems. So just want to put that on the record for.
Do you have a suggestion for the language presented by Carlos?
So I think if we say that if it's trawling, like perhaps not necessarily trawl gear, but the intent, so for fishing purposes is one way to do it specifically. Or if we leave it in, if we have it somewhere that there are exemptions from this, then the territories would be able to issue whatever the necessary permits are for it. But just wanted to make sure that we don't just have this outright prohibition on the gear type, because we know it's used for other purposes as well.
I have Miguel, Jack, and Tony.
I'm sorry, because we already had the motion and the second, but I'm probably we want to address what the commission is mentioning. We can add bottom draw here. So that's the one that you. We don't want to stop the draw that is used to remove the water column, sargassum, and all that. So there should be the bottom draw here for.
So I have a comment on that. But maybe I should let Jack go first.
I was gonna say exact same thing as Miguel, say bottom tending gear or bottom trawl gear, just to make sure that's, you know, it's the trawl gear that's in contact with the bottom.
I understand what the commissioner is saying. But I do believe that the sargassum was a part of the ecosystem until it hit the shoreline. I thought that was how the regulations went. Now, as for having trawling gear, whether it's bottom gear is even worse. But even if you trawling through the mid-water column, you will affect the same species that we are managing to a certain degree. So I think trawling gear should be removed, period. I understand what he's saying about the sargassum. I'm not sure how that is going to be dealt with. But you could manage a sargassum when it gets closer to shore. You don't have to be in the middle of the ocean to try capture it and hunt it. You could do a couple of 100 yards offshore. So I understand what he's saying about the trawling gear, and that there is ways that you could possibly deal with the sargassum while it's outside in the EEZ. But to my understanding, as far as I know, the sargassum is a part of the ecosystem until it comes to shore, unless I'm totally wrong.
We have Carlos.
Yeah, my next motion goes a little further, so I do agree with the commissioner in saying that we gotta figure out the language to use here that would allow to use a barrier to deflect this sargassum issue that the USVI is encountering, and also Puerto Rico, because I know that they're suffering from that too. So maybe after my next motion, maybe we can figure out the type of language to put in there, like for specifically for fishing.
We have Jocelyn on requesting a turn to speak. Turn to speak to
Yes,
Jocelyn.
thank you. I just had a couple of points. First one's just a point about process. The motion that Carlos had mentioned was about starting or moving to prohibit something. I would recommend that any motion is talking about developing an amendment or developing an options paper to explore prohibiting the trawling gear, just so it's clear that we're going to make that decision with documents and analysis, so it's not that we're deciding now whether or not to make a prohibition, but that we're just starting that process of developing an amendment to explore that prohibition. And then in terms of the language on any prohibition, the council's authority here is over fishing, as we've been talking about that. So the area closures, for example, they say fishing with particular gears in particular areas are closed. So the gear closure for the bottom gear says fishing with pots, traps, bottom long lines, gill nets or treble nets is prohibited year round. And then it states in the particular closed areas. So if one of the ways that we were looking at prohibiting this trawling gear was to expand that closure, we would just add the trawling gear to that list. That's one potential option we could explore in a document. And then that again makes it clear that it's related to fishing with that gear, again, because of the council's authority over the fishing. One thing I will note though is that fishing under the Magnuson Act is pretty broadly defined. So it includes activities that can reasonably be expected to result in the catching, taking, or harvesting of fish. So on the sargassum question, to the extent that there are fish in the sargassum, it's possible that trawling for sargassum could be reasonably expected to result in the catching or taking of fish. But then I would note the third point, which is the jurisdiction. So the council is looking at management within federal waters. So this wouldn't affect any use of those gears in the territorial waters. So those are just the points I wanted to make, and happy to answer any questions.
Yes. Jocelyn, do you have any recommended language for a motion to address what we are discussing, the record that we have so far?
I would recommend something fairly broad so that we're not prescribing what, like how we want to accomplish any prohibition, because, for example, Gracielo's presentation had a couple of different options in there. So maybe something like moving to explore developing an amendment to prohibit trawling gear in particular areas or throughout the Caribbean EEZ. And I don't know if we want to start immediately with developing an amendment, or if we want to say, come back with an options paper. I know that's something that we've done before, where we just look at options and then from there decide to move forward with an amendment. But something along those lines, that sort of that exploratory paper that comes up with different ideas for how to accomplish the goal here, which, and then also if we could state the goal, if it's that we want to protect bottom areas from the bottom trawling gear, if we're concerned about trawling midwater as well. Something that adds that as well, so that we kind of know which options to look at.
Miguel, I have Tony that is waiting, and you.
Okay, seeing that I second the motion, I'd like to offer this, which I think is a easier fix to this problem to Carlos, since he was the motion maker. Just prohibit trawling a period, because we're really talking about is managing easy waters. When it comes to territorial waters, then the territory can decide how they want to deal with that. And that's my suggestion to the problem.
USBI, having brought up the concern, I recognize that's a good point. That even if we're going to allow the trawling, it's still not going to be 4, 5, 6 miles out. It'll be within the first mile, which is territorial waters. So I think that from a management perspective, we'll be able to address that issue closer to shore in terms of what it is we don't issue. So I don't have any objections to the trawl gear as just the basis of the motion.
Okay, and then we'll go back to the original language and we go for a vote. Yes, which is troll gear.
Marcos, I had my hand up for a comment. I'm sorry to interrupt.
All that it's saying is to modify the language. To remove bylaw.
The motion that is on the screen reads, prohibit the use of trawling gear from within the areas of the U.S. Caribbean EEZ. We have a motion made by Carlos Farchete, second by Tony Blanchard. After a long discussion, we are ready for vote. Carlos?
Carlos Farchete, yes.
Yes.
Damaris Delgado, yes.
Tony Blanchard, yes.
Marcos Hanke, yes. But Vanessa, we couldn't hear your vote. Are you there?
Vanessa Ramirez, yes.
Okay, Vanessa just stated her vote, which is yes too. Richard, want to mention?
Yeah, just a question of clarification with this.
Go.
The gear that we have here, we can apply for the section for scientific purposes, and then the Vienna office and we know.
Yes, Carlos, we have a second part.
So you didn't press here.
So I think
so that we can be correct.
I think I'm gonna confuse things even more. The motion is, okay. Request staff to develop an option paper to prohibit the use of gill nets, trammel nets, trawl nets, drift nets, and purse seines for harvesting of fish in the U.S. Caribbean EEZ. Start again? Oh, okay. To develop an option paper to prohibit the use of gill nets. Except for, only for reef fish. Oh.
For reef fish and spiny lobster.
Okay. To prohibit the use of gill nets, trammel nets, trawl nets, drift nets, and purse seines. P-U-R-S-E-E. Okay.
Seine, S-E-I-N-E.
For harvesting of fish in the U.S. Caribbean EEZ.
The motion was seconded by Tony Blanchard. We start the discussion.
Point of clarification.
Go ahead, Graciela.
Okay. The use, that's one. US Caribbean EEZ con una S al final. There you go. And point of clarification, fish in the sense of the Magnuson-Stevens Act that includes all the fin fish and like the Puerto Rico, el de St. Thomas Saint, because remember that this is under the idea. No base of
Yes, Caribbean Compact, Puerto
There's only
Rico.
one EEZ.
Yes, we have offshore.
Ready for discussion?
So
We are open for discussion.
yeah.
Go ahead, Carlos.
Okay. This is back and forth thing with this. I know that it's kind of a general statement there, but I know that we do not manage, or the council does not manage HMS species. However, Marcus being a member of the advisory panel to the HMS advisory group, I would also like to see if you can find a mechanism with that advisory panel to prohibit the use of these gear types for the harvesting of bass tuna, big eye, albacore, yellowfin, and skipjack.
You are missing, if you want to address that, you are missing purse seine nets there.
Well, purse seine is there.
Is there? Where I don't see it. Okay. Yes, for sure. We can, depend on the result, we can inform and discuss further with HMS office. This.
My real concern is for this, the mahi, wahoo, and bass tuna. I can't hear you. Right. Okay. Okay.
Question is, for when do you want the option paper? How and when the staff?
Let's pass the motion first, discuss the motion. Any further discussion on the motion? Graciela?
Mr. Chair, I don't know if you have Edward Schuster trying to speak. His hand is raised.
Edward?
Yes, Edward Schuster for the record. In terms of gillnet, there's one fishery that the fishermen use that they fish in the EEZ for is flying fish. And they use a shallow
He's trying to say
surface.
something. Hello, can you hear us?
Can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear
No,
me?
hold on a second, hold on a second. Go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear
Yes, we
me?
can.
Okay, Edward Schuster for the record. There's one type of fishery that uses the gill nets in the EEZ, and that's when the fishermen are catching flying fish. It's a surface gill net, and it's usually outside of the EEZ, or in the EEZ, sorry, for St. Croix. It's a surface gill net.
Thank you, Eddie. But like Miguel explained, this is an option paper. All those consideration and this detailed discussions gonna take place later on. It can be addressed. But thank you for putting that on record. And any further discussion about the motion to go to the vote?
Marcos, what is the time frame for the option paper? When do you want that?
No?
No, tiene que ponerlo en la discusión.
Miguel is recommending to put a time frame for the option paper. Do you have a recommendation, Miguel?
The recommendation is to ask the staff when this can be done, because the staff have a bunch of other stuff to do. So if you're happy to have it by second part of 2022, fine. But if you want it for January, it's not gonna happen.
When the staff will be, feels that it can do the work on the option paper to present to the council.
Can I speak? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
So there's a couple of things that we can address with this provision, and one of them is the evaluation of the pelagics. There's pelagic species that are new to management, for example, the dolphin and the wahoo. And we have talked that there are regulations that for gear provisions or gear allowances for these species that we have not set yet, because these are new species. So this could be something that could be addressed in this potential amendment once we set an IPT and look into different things. There's a gear amendment, part number 2, that we are planning. This may take a little longer because it's going to be very comprehensive, and that was one option that staff has discussed, as to include this, given that it's related to the gear types included in that amendment. However, if the council wants to give priority to this, then we can develop an amendment, a separate amendment that will deal with all these questions and treat different things. So right now we have several items on the agenda. I cannot say exactly how long it will take to create this, but I think the council will need to decide what is the priority for this versus other actions that we have. Maybe at the end of the meeting, once we go through all of the other actions that we have to discuss, and you guys decide what you want to move forward with or not, maybe we can start prioritizing, like, for example, if you want it for 2020, I'm going to say 2023, because 2022 is already here. But I mean, everything can be done as long as we have a list of what the council is, would expect to do first.
Maria, a question to you. If we change option paper there on the motion as a change in the language, and include the work that you already mentioned that is in place, that is going to take place as another route to do this, which change on the language will address what you're saying, that we're going to get to the same results?
So let me see if I get it right. So what you're saying, instead of doing a separate option papers, just include this as part of the gear amendment number 2?
Yes.
We will have to change, I assume we will have to change the motion.
Go ahead, Graciela.
They are not implemented yet. So yes, you can put it into the gear amendment that it's happening now, but then that would push everything back in terms of changing the buoy gear amendment that needs to come in sooner rather than later. So that's one thing. Number two, I was going to ask whether the possibility of going straight through a total prohibition of the trolls, which are the main issue and which are directly related to Executive Order 14008, because of its impact to the benthic habitat, doesn't have precedence over everything else. So those are the two issues that I have. Es que los gillnets.
Can you hear me now?
Pégate el
Okay, sorry. What Maria del Mar is saying is that they already have things in the middle. And we need to prioritize. If you want this option paper, let's say by July, it won't happen because of the things that they do. So if the council consider that this is something that can wait, because you need to implement the island-based FMP first, then let the staff organize themselves, and they don't have to give you a date now. But we would like to have that option paper at least before the first half of 2023. And that way you will see how things develop. But Graciela is saying, I personally agree with her because the trolling is a big issue now. But the trolling within the MPAs, and I'm talking about the bottom troll. So you already have a motion for that, and you can amend it the way amended. You know, Marco.
Yeah.
Okay. This is Zoom and this is recording.
Oh,
That's why we have to, sorry.
You get a lot of exercise.
No, I was with the previous motion with the MPAs and trawling. I think we need a document for that. We need some sort of amendment to, so that we can get those regulations in place. We just can't prohibit it. So I don't think we did that. We didn't come up with any options paper for that.
I believe that with that, the idea was to include in the gear that is already prohibited in the MPA. Jocelyn said, if you add the bottom trolls to the gear that you're already prohibiting, you will do it. So the following Jack's intervention is Maria del Mar. What Jack is saying, for the prohibition of the trolling gear, we can do that just by amending the document that have the prohibition of the bottom tending here in the MPAs. Just add the bottom troll prohibition. What would be the yes.
We're talking about this.
Yes.
We have one amendment, and what we can do is
I'm in myself over here. So we will have to do an amendment to the FMP. So the FMPs are not implemented yet. So we prohibit that for everything. And I would assume that one of the options could be, or one of the options could include the MPAs, like if we need to. Like if you just want to consider the trolling gear prohibition on the MPAs, that will be an option by itself.
Yeah,
if you prohibit it everywhere, that will include the MPA. So those are, to me, that will be two options that we could include in an options paper. The question is, and I'm going to clarify this. Right now we have a gear amendment. Gear amendment number 1 is the buoy gear amendment that is ready for final action today. We think that, you know, like if you guys want to move forward with that one, then we shouldn't add anything else to it, right? So there's a gear amendment number 2, which is going to be on the works soon. This is the one that you all have been asking for a gear inventory. That we go to all the islands, look at all the gears that are used, and we document that, and then bring that to the council, and the council can decide and determine if there need to be any modifications on the
on the gears that are allowed to be used by the different fisheries in the different islands. That amendment is going to take a little time because there's a lot of work on that one, because you have seen there hasn't been a gear inventory since what, the 80s, the late 80s. So it's going to take a while. The trawling, you know, obviously is a gear that could be included in this amendment. But if there is an urgency to get this done, we can do it as a separate action. And as a separate action, we can treat it as an amendment to all of the plans, like a generic amendment to do, you know, the whatever prohibition you want, if it's on the whole EEC, if it's in the PAs, etc. But that depends on the urgency. What I was saying about the priorities is because there are other amendments on the works. And as a reminder, as Graciela said, the island-based FMPs are still not implemented. However, we already have a lot of work done so that when the island-based FMPs are in place, we can proceed with those proposed rules and get that everything in place. So maybe I would recommend the council, like if that's the way they want to go, maybe not set a date right now, but you can task staff to begin working on a document, and as soon as staff can have that ready, then we will be, you know, able to present it to the council, just related to the trolling gear. And I don't know, Jack, if you want to add anything else to that. Thank you.
Sorry, checking the mute. Okay, going back, based on Maria del Mar's comments, we can then instruct the staff to modify the gear list that she's talking about, and then include the prohibition of the trolling there. The sky will not fall if we do not prohibit this in the next 2 years, because I doubt very much that people will come here with trolls and troll here. But we have the concern that we are, this troll mostly is going to happen within the area jurisdiction of Puerto Rico and US Virgin Islands. We don't troll in the EEC there's not many places in the EEC to troll, in the bottom to troll and use this gear. So if the record is if you all agree, then we allow the staff to continue the work they put it together, include the prohibition of the trolling in the list of the gears that Maria del Mar proposed, and it will go along with the work that they're doing. You don't have to.
Yes, I think we develop a record that the council intention is to prohibit and to follow the best path to prohibit trolling gear and to protect our bottom and all the adverse effects that we identify already. Graciela.
So this is another issue that we need to deal with, and that is that in order to conduct an inventory of the fishing gear, there has to be a funding source for that project to take off the ground, because it would require to go around Puerto Rico, around St. Thomas, St. John, around St. Croix, figuring out what are the gears that the fishermen are using now and how they have changed, because the last inventory that was conducted, and this is different from the fisherman's census, which accounts for, you know, X number of hook and lines and things like that, is to actually figure out how they are fishing for different things now. This includes the plastic traps and the things that Nelson and Julian were speaking of this morning. So in order to conduct that, and in order to have that gear amendment, which we were hoping it would be number 2, we need to identify the people and the funding for that specific project.
Okay.
Y el otro.
Tengo que prender los dos. No, Jaime can simultane. Okay, that's a doable project. And Graciela and I can sit down with the chair. We can identify who's going to do it and when. And then we can even hire graduate students, one each area, to conduct that study. And then Graciela, Maria del Mar can take a look at it and put together sort of the questionnaire. What is it that Maria del Mar needs? How can we meet that? can get the information, and between Graciela, Maria del Mar, I'm sure that they can put together the documents that we need for collecting the information. And then
para identificar las
Graciela and
cosas
I
que hay que
can
hacer para el year.
identify the time, the person who's gonna do it, and the budget will be between Angie and myself. So you can move forward with that. Ask the question to the group.
If I understand correctly, that motion is not necessary anymore, correct? We are,
I mean, we have the gear that Miguel has talked about, then we need to you need to tell staff that we are going to work on this.
Okay.
Prende tu micrófono.
Okay. Yeah, I got it. So I think what we can do, so you don't have to remove that. How about if staff works on an option paper just for this? And then when we bring that option papers, you decide if you want to put it in the new amendment or if you want to include it in the gear amendment. I don't think this is going to take. I don't think this is going to take a long time to put together the trolling because there's no trolling. However, the scope may be a little limited in the options paper because we already talked about, you have mahi, we have the pelagics, and this, this is not just the trawls. This is trammel nets and this is gill net. So this may be a little more. So maybe we can put together something more simple. So we have an idea of what we're dealing with, kind of what we're going to do today with the red hind paper, just kind of to have an idea what we're dealing with. And then the council can give us more guidance as to, depending on the time that it will need, the staff resources, etc., as to where to move forward with it. Okay, so let us consult staff, council staff, in our branches staff, and then see if we can have something by August at least. Okay, I'm not making a compromise right now, but I will get back to you on that. I think that may be something doable.
So in addition to that, we need the science center to be involved in the data that are available to date. So that needs to be brought into their schedule also.
So we have enough strong record. Just approve the motion, then allow the staff to work on it, and they will have their own schedule. And they will report an update in 2022 of this activity that they are going to undertake. Remember that the top priority is the implementation of the island-based FMP. And Maria del Mar has mentioned that several times. So we approve this and move forward, and then let staff work it out. That's in the next 3 meetings.
Let's vote. Carlos, let's vote on the motion.
¿Qué micrófono se está oyendo? ¿El mío?
Call for Shelley, yes.
Let's let's do this. Let's do all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no, motion carries. Next item on the agenda. We are now on the next item on the agenda, update on progress of live history, shallow water reefs, fishes, Virginia red.
Thank you.
Presentation of Virginia red. Go ahead.
I'm just waiting for Christina to give me control so I can share my slides. So hold on one. Well, I can start out by saying thank you so much for allowing us the opportunity to present you guys with an update on the work that we've been doing since 2013. Awesome. All right, can you see my screen?
Okay.
So we are seeing your screen. Go ahead.
Okay, let me do slideshow. Hold on. Screen. Share screen. All right, so someone else has to stop sharing their screen. Thank you. Share. All right, slideshow. All right. Hopefully you can see my screen and everybody can hear me okay. There's not any major feedback. If there is, please just speak up and let me know, because the way that it presents on my screen, I can't see what's going on in the conversation. But I'll assume everything's good because no one's saying anything right now. So again, thank you so much to everyone for the opportunity to update you on the work that we've been doing. It's a massive collaborative effort to be able to get the life history information. You know, the whole point of our efforts in doing this research are very focused towards providing life history data for stock assessment purposes. So what we've essentially done is combined information from the original 2 presentations we were going to give, so that we could just do a brief presentation and then give people plenty of time to ask any questions or to engage in discussion. So I'm going to try to get through these relatively quickly, and hopefully I will succeed. But thanks again. And again, this is just an incredible collaborative effort, and it takes a village to get any of this work done. So just a reminder, last December, we gave you guys a summary presentation of the work that we've done up to that point. And that included a summary of our novel approach to age validation and data for US Caribbean reef fishes. That work, those efforts so far have resulted in establishing age estimation protocols to validate through the validation process using bomb radiocarbon for 20 species so far. And then some of the species are included right here in this visual. Over here, this is the now published North Caribbean reference decline series for bomb radiocarbon that we are able to use, that we developed and now are able to use for doing this validation work. And then just a reminder, age is absolutely a fundamental, provides fundamental information in estimating the life history parameters that are often then used in the stock assessment process. And accurate age data is required essentially to estimate information about growth, longevity, and mortality. And again, those are major inputs as part of the stock assessment process. And so a lot of what I'm going to present today and a lot of the work that we do really is focused on obtaining these accurate age estimates for the fish populations and then, you know, the associated information for the samples on reproductive biology as well. So this is just a visual summary to show you that all the species that are massive collaboration is currently trying to gather information on. So we organize this by management platform. And these are just the top landed reef fishes that we're currently investigating for reproductive biology, population demographics, growth, and also doing population connectivity and stock structure work. So I wanted to focus on what we present today in the context of upcoming CDAR assessments or planned assessments. So this is the most recent CDAR calendar that's available on the web. It was updated after the October 2021 meeting. And so for the Caribbean, now we have these 3 management platforms. And so we've expanded out from really having this one column to essentially 3 columns, one for each of the management platforms. And so here I've just summarized, and I'm going to get back to this slide at the end of the presentation, that currently we're undergoing our assessment for queen triggerfish, and then planned and approved for 2022, 2023. And I'm sure Kevin is going to go into some detail about this with much greater emphasis in his presentation after hours. So that 2022, 2023, we're on the calendar for yellowtail snapper being assessed for Puerto Rico and then also for St. Thomas, St. John platforms. And for St. Croix, stoplight parrotfish. 2024, it's proposed right now to have spiny lobster undergo assessment for each of the platforms. And then in 2025, tentatively hogfish is listed, but there wasn't an indication at this point or an understanding at this point as far as for which platform. And that one is just a proposed, and Kevin can explain this way better than I can. So I'm just gonna, hogfish is on there, but it's not clear exactly for what platform. All right, so first I just wanted to start out with queen triggerfish, because last year we presented you our initial findings on queen triggerfish. We started the assessment process. Hopefully it's going to wrap up in the near future. And I just wanted to update you on what we have found since the last time we've talked to you. So we did the validation work. We used otoliths. Typically, the species, triggerfish species, they use the dorsal spine to estimate age, but it's not a good structure for that. And so we've proven for queen triggerfish that spines do not provide accurate age estimates. Otoliths do. We have validated our otolith age estimation method through the radiocarbon work that we're doing. And we've documented a overall longevity for this species of up to 40 years. And that's from some samples that we recently got from North Carolina. And the older they get, the more like this they look for the otoliths. These are some beautiful ones that were from the US Caribbean samples that we have, but the maximum age we've documented so far in Caribbean waters is 23 years. And this is just a depiction of if you use spine-based ages, you would get a very different understanding of growth parameters versus when we use the now validated method with otoliths, just to emphasize the importance of this work. So we have here just a summary of what our overall findings are so far. And let me move that over. For queen triggerfish, so we wanted to present to everyone what we have found from our efforts in the context of what Stevens et al., which was a 2019 publication that came out where they basically synthesized life history information for commercially exploited reef fishes from Florida and the US Caribbean. And they basically attempted to identify a usable set of life history parameters for each species. Because sometimes we get a little concerned, me and my team get a little bit concerned when we hear individuals, other scientists mention that, oh, well, if we don't have this data for the Caribbean, we can just substitute data from Florida. So one of the things I want to emphasize with all of the stuff I present today is how what we've found so far compares to what's in the literature for other regions. So Stevens has made that very simple for us by providing this paper with this summary information. And so we're going to start with queen triggerfish. And you can see that I've got it so that we'll go through all the species that I'm just going to briefly cover today with the same platform. So Stevens et al. Reported a maximum age of queen triggerfish of 14. We have updated that. So now we know that we get a maximum age of at least 23 years in the Caribbean. Most of our samples are fishery dependent, and there are probably some gear limitations related to the maximum size of fish that we have so far. And this, the stock assessment's going on right now. So the gaps that we've identified in our life history data are something that we have to consider for a future assessment, but we suspect, just based on the maximum size of our samples and the maximum size that has been reported in the tip data, and then maximum size that we actually see with hook and line gear offshore of North Carolina, that it is very possible that the queen triggerfish in the Caribbean exceed that 23-year maximum age. But again, that's going to take some more sampling effort. It's more fishery independent, so we can get past some gear limitations that traps with funnel sizes would create and trying to get much bigger fish. So here we have reported for you and in comparison our L infinity value from our samples, the growth coefficient value, that's the T naught, which is part of the von Bertalanffy growth function. And then over here for maturity, LM represents 50% maturity, length at 50% maturity, and then AM represents age at 50% maturity. So again, we've updated, doubled at least our current understanding of maximum age for the Caribbean, and probably tripled for the species. Our L infinity value for the population as a whole is different. It's a little bit smaller than what Stevens reported from the literature, which were based on spine ages from Brazil. We also, we looked at males versus females. We find sexually dimorphic growth. Males tend to be larger at the same age as a female. Those are significant differences. As far as K goes, the growth rate seems to be a little bit higher than what was reported from Stevens' synthesized assessment. And then we've also clearly updated what the values are for the 50% size, the size of 50% maturity, and then also the age at 50% maturity. And again, they're different. They're different. Using data from other regions is for queen triggerfish is not necessarily a good idea. So next, we wanted to update you on our stoplight parrotfish work, since stoplight parrotfish is going to be the focus of a future assessment for St. Croix. So for stoplight parrotfish, we have validated a maximum age so far of 17. With the genomics work that we're doing, our preliminary parrotfish genomics work indicates that there's no major population structure present for the US Caribbean. We are updating this evaluation of genomic population structure with samples from Florida that a NOAA study is providing us with access to the tissue so we can include those. But so far, for any of the parrotfish species that we've looked at, we're not finding evidence that there are discrete populations for each of the island management platform. It's all one big population. For our St. Croix samples, so we've got, you can see down here, we've got some questions for the SSC because this assessment's not going to be for another year. So we, or maybe within the next, it'll be within the next year, probably get started. We do want to consult with the SSC on future sample collections prior to the assessment to ensure that the data that we can provide on life history is the most useful that it can be. And part of our questions are sort of related to that. Our samples are mainly fishery dependent, and in St. Croix, the majority of our stoplight samples have been caught from spearfishing efforts, and those spearfishing efforts are in depths typically less than 25 meters. We have samples from fishery dependent samples also from St. Thomas, St. John, and Puerto Rico. And so we have a combined total for our life history work of almost 2,000 samples, but just for St. Croix, we're limited to the 790 fish that we have so far. And then the gaps that we've identified essentially are, if data exclusively from St. Croix is utilized for the assessment, then we think we need to get some more fishery independent samples that include juveniles, so those smaller fishes, and then fish from deeper sites than they're typically speared, so that we can get a full picture of what fish are actually out there around St. Croix and not necessarily just what fish are caught up and landed as part of the fishery. And so here is our comparison with stoplight parrotfish and Stevens synthesis. You can see we have essentially doubled our understanding of longevity. We've found L infinity that's a bit smaller than that information from other studies provide. We've also found that the growth rate is about half of what was previously understood. And this might relate just to some inaccuracies with age estimates from other studies. We're not sure because we validated our aging process. So, and then we've updated information. Clearly, we've added. Now we have an understanding of the age at 50% maturity, and then these guys start maturing at a relatively small size. So what we have found from our samples that across the whole Caribbean the U.S. Caribbean do include juveniles, which it's possible that this number didn't necessarily have very many juveniles, but we've found a much smaller size at 50% maturity than's been previously reported. So next we have yellowtail snapper. Yellowtail snapper is currently scheduled to be assessed for St. Thomas, St. John, and then also for Puerto Rico at the same time that the parrotfish, stoplight parrotfish is assessed for St. Croix. So as far as yellowtail snapper go, we've got an extensive data set for this species, but most of our samples are from a collaboration and sharing data with CMAP and CMAP-C efforts for Puerto Rico. Probably about half of these samples are from CMAP, the other half are from some fishery independent sampling that we've done in the past couple of years. But in preparation for the stock assessment, and again, we'd love to consult with the SSC on this. For fishery dependent samples in Puerto Rico, we just have 129. So we think it would be important to obtain more. We also need to get larger fish. You can see over here where our L infinity sort of tops out with this growth curve compared to other regions, because they seem to have more larger fish samples than like we have in our current sample collections. This growth curve will probably change if we're able to enhance the sampling for some representative large fish. And then it would be great to get some juveniles, some small immature fish as well to add. Now it's also scheduled to be assessed for St. Thomas, St. John. And our fishery dependent collections are a little bit more extensive there. But as you can see, our overall total collections only include 11 fishery independent samples. And so for both of those, for us to provide the most comprehensive and useful data set for the assessment, we would need to obtain more samples. We have a proposal in currently for CRP to try to fill these needs, but it would be in a very short period of time. We'd have to do all the sampling next year, since the assessment will follow up shortly after that. So sampling needs, definitely need more samples, but I'm always going to probably feel like we need more samples just to be able to provide the most comprehensive data set. Here we are with our comparison for what was in the literature. So Stevens et al. Reported a maximum age of 28 years, which came from some work, I think, in Florida. So far, we've documented 26 years as the maximum age for the Caribbean. So that's really close. I think with larger samples, we could possibly see if that increases a little bit. And then we modeled our data. We tried to model our data using the von Bertalanffy growth function in a similar way to what was reported for Stevens synthesis. So we presented this no juveniles with total length, but we mainly use, we include juveniles in our growth model and we report things in fork length. So and you can look here, when you don't have juveniles included in the growth curve parameter estimates, you end up with these somewhat not biologically relevant T0 values. And so by including juveniles, it definitely brings down our L infinity value, but it provides a more realistic estimate for size at age 0, essentially. And then, like I said, this is a collaborative effort with ongoing work being done by DNER in Puerto Rico. And so I didn't have the maturity estimates to report yet because we're trying to make sure we nail that down in the most accurate way possible. But we will have those and we'll be able to update this previous information. So next we have hogfish, and hogfish, not 100% sure. Hopefully Kevin will definitely clue us in on a little bit more, but we have hogfish collections and from both Puerto Rico and St. Thomas, St. John. We were funded to mainly focus in the past on hogfish from Puerto Rico, fishery dependent efforts, but we have been able to get some for St. Thomas, St. John with the help of Julian and some other fishers in St. Thomas, St. John. But here are results. We actually have a report on this that I can share with anyone who's interested because it was part of a CRP grant that we had, and we've submitted the final report. Our sample numbers are summarized here, and USVI really just means St. Thomas, St. John. And if you ask me where our gaps are, I would tell you once again, we need small fish and we need really, really big fish, because right now our size has maxed out essentially a little bit smaller than what the maximum size has been reported for other areas. And we think it's related to we just need to do more sampling across a longer period of time just to make sure we're getting those larger fish. Here you can see I did do a comparison between our St. Thomas samples in growth in Puerto Rico and utilizing both of those, the data from both of those, but anchoring where T0 falls based on other literature. The growth curves are very similar, but depending on how NIMS decides that they want to do these with the SSC and the council, how they want to utilize data from life history, they might have to separate out. So that's why we calculated those separately. This is the combined growth curve. And then this is how our data compares to other studies that reported on growth from Florida. And you see differences. Once again, just to hit home that point that our results from the Caribbean show consistently for all these species that there's differences in growth, and that applying Florida data to our populations isn't necessarily a good idea. So this is just a summary of how we compare to what was in the Stevens synthesis. Our max age is actually really close, and I think again, if we have the opportunity to get some larger fish to go out and target larger fish, maybe through working with recreational fishers, then that would be awesome. We could probably have an opportunity to see if this is actually our maximum age for the Caribbean or not. And then our growth parameters, you can see right now at least, are showing up very different to what has been reported from the Florida literature. And we also are seeing differences in our maturity estimates. So those are the ones that are currently on the calendar or being considered for the calendar. I also wanted to hit home on some of the deep water snapper species that we've been working hard to get information on that are also a part of the important, considered part of the top species that are landed. And I wanted to emphasize initially with silk snapper for Puerto Rico, silk snapper is the most landed fish by pounds. It has been for many, many years now. We have tried to get NOAA funding, federal funding, to support our life history work on silk snapper. And up to this point, we've not been successful. We will keep trying, but to do the silk snapper life history work, this species is going to have to be assessed, right? It's one of the top species for Puerto Rico. It's going to be a priority. It's going to be on the calendar at some point after 2025. And we're getting as much data as we can without having federal funding and opportunistically trying to sample. But it's going to take federal funding to be able to really do a large enough study, and we're going to need to try to figure out how to get that started sooner rather than later, so that we can get an expansive data set that's not limited to just 1 or 2 years before an assessment. I'm going to show you in a second the work that results from the work that we've been doing on queen snapper, because it's the third top species for Puerto Rico, so it's an important species. It used to be on the schedule prior to this October, update for CEDAR. So it's still an important species and will probably be added back to the schedule for sometime after 2025 in the future. And then blackfin is one that we see as an important fish, deep water snapper species that contributes to landings across all 3 islands. And so it's another one that we've really just been working hard in collaboration with fishers to get samples for it and just get some preliminary data on. And again, it's another species where we're trying to get federal funding to do an extensive study, but we haven't been successful up to this point. So we're doing whatever we can. So for Queen Snapper P, Puerto Rico, so we've been working on this since 2013. Well, we've been working on all these species starting in 2013. For our Queen Snapper life history research, it has been a major collaborative effort in obtaining and processing samples. It was included, we shared our samples with Kate Overly from NOAA, who included samples from our collection efforts and our age validation efforts as part of her thesis, and she just defended it and did an excellent job. This graph is actually one of the graphs that she created for her thesis, and it shows the 336 samples that we have aged from our fishery dependent sampling efforts, combined with some fishery independent samples that we got from Smith and Alt's work from 2017 to 2018, and also combined with some fishery independent samples that Kate has obtained as part of her study that's focused on the video habitat work that she's doing with in deep waters. And so right here, just as an example of one of the older fish that we've aged, I received funding from my university to pay for doing this age validation work on Queen Snapper. Because of the nature of the otoliths, they're teeny tiny, so we had to go with a non-traditional method of using eyes and using eye lens cores to do this validation work. So for the samples, these fishery dependent samples that we've been collecting, me, Jesus, Wilson, and then Stacy Williams as well, has provided us with samples from a study that the council funded for work that they're doing on diet. Those samples combined, we were saving the eyes for those, and we used the eyes from those samples to do the validation work, the age estimation validation work. And then Kate has included that in her thesis on that summarizes our age growth and mortality results from all these combined samples. But I just want to emphasize that this is a huge collaborative effort. It is ongoing. We have additional samples that we've been collecting that we are working up right now from additional samples to have an even more expanded data set that will be available for stock assessment purposes. And then we have not received money from NOAA to do our fishery dependent collections and the associated age growth and reproductive biology work. We've tried to get funding from federal funding for this, but just like with a lot of these species, we just haven't been successful yet. We will continue to try. So the majority of these fishery dependent samples have been samples that I have personally spent my money to purchase. We've also got a few that are from Stacy Williams and Deanna's collections that the council did fund to get those samples for the diet work. But again, just to show our dedication to these efforts, if we don't have the federal funding, we are cobbling together what we can find just to get at these answers. And so I just want to emphasize that there was a recent article from NOAA News Media that was a bit inaccurate in depicting results from some of these efforts they kind of got mixed and muddled with some of the work that Kate has been doing that was funded by NOAA for the video work. So I just want to emphasize there that NOAA has not funded this life history work. We would love to get a grant, and we're trying to, but these efforts are basically us dedicating our unpaid time, our personal funds, and then I did get a small grant from University of South Carolina Office of VP Office of Research to actually pay for the radiocarbon analysis for the age validation work. So that's what's going on with Queen Snapper. It's not yet on the assessment schedule, but from the work that we have been doing in collaboration with Kate at NIMS and what is contained in her thesis that she just defended, she also included data from the Gulf of Mexico population just for comparison. And then here we have it kind of aligned up with what Stevens had synthesized from the literature. And this is just to emphasize again how our efforts, although right now, for my team, are not funded by NOAA, what we've been able to achieve without that federal funding, and hopefully we could achieve even more. For example, we really need to get at answering these maturity blanks here, and that's definitely going to take some very targeted, specific funding that we've designed and we've proposed and are trying to get funding for. But anyway, that's going to take some more work. But as you can see, maximum age. Previously, there was a maximum age estimate for this species of, I think it was 8 years based on some length frequency work, but we have now validated maximum age for the Caribbean at 45. Our growth parameter, our L infinity for the Caribbean is 994 compared to what Stevens synthesized from the literature. One of the big things that we found that's different, and it's pretty consistent between Puerto Rico and the Gulf of Mexico, is that the growth rate for this species is an order of magnitude less than was previously understood through length frequency analysis. And that's a really big finding, and something that, again, shows that using data from other areas or synthesized from the literature for stock assessment parameters is not necessarily ideal. So just to summarize for you, we have our
Virginia, excuse me, we need to speed up because of the time.
I'm almost done. I was just gonna, next slide was this, which is just our acknowledgements, and I'll just leave this slide up so everybody can read it in case you have questions.
A question for any council member about the presentation, and I have a comment after. Julian.
And I'm sorry if I'm interrupting. I can't hear
More
you.
than willing to help you in those areas. Just send me the quantity of large and small fish that you need, and when you need them for, and I'll start right away to work on collecting those species for you, so we can finish the assessments. I know how important it is, and me and my team is always willing to help and get you all that you need. But again, thank you for all the hard work that you've been doing in the Caribbean, and look forward to continue working with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. And I really cannot emphasize
Hold on.
I cannot emphasize enough how collaborative this effort is, and how none of this could be possible without people like Julian and other fishers that have helped us out tremendously, and all of our partners throughout the Caribbean, who just, we couldn't do this without. And it's just incredible. It's an incredible group of people to work with. So, thank you to everybody, and thank you, Julian. Thank you for stating that on the record, but you are a named collaborator on our proposals and everything too, and we just can't thank you enough.
Thank you, Virginia. And I show my full support. I was able to collaborate and see the amount of time that you put to create the bridges, create the systems, and put a lot of time to be effective in the Caribbean. And that's something that I never saw before. And I just keep working hard, and we hope we keep working to get the best data available for management. Thank you very much.
Marco. Okay. Before the break, you heard that Virginia identifies the need for some studies. The need to continue, especially for the silk snapper and others. So the question here is that the council would like to continue that work. Do we need to go to the bidding process? As you know, when you go above $5,000, you need to have a bidding process for any study that you want to make. Dr. Virginia Hervet came to the council with an unsolicited proposal. Will you approve it? And that's what she's working on. It was recommended by the St. Thomas Fisher. So the question to you, do you want to continue this? Can we do it as a follow-up in the future, whenever we can identify money? And then we can continue the work with her. I believe that the SSC has pronounced several times about the need of especially biological parameters for the species in the management units. Dr. Sherbet study, to me, it's one of the best ever that we have seen here. The other thing is that the Saudi Fisheries Center cannot continue doing basic studies. So we need to find other avenues to get this basic study. They will continue working, especially that they will bless the best available information for the SSC to consider. But this is an opportunity here before we go to the 5-minute break to see what is the wish of the council. You want to continue this the best way possible. And if that is yes, then Graciela and I have to talk with Virginia, put together kind of a schedule of how this can be done and identify those species that are top priority for the council to get that biological parameters information that we need.
Tony?
I think the council should support that.
Go.
I think the council should support Virginia Sherbet with the studies because of the good job that I think she's doing, and basically the results that we get.
Any other council member would like to talk?
Yeah, I agree with Tony. And I also believe that life history information is very important for the SSC to have.
Go ahead, Miguel.
In that case, we'll appreciate to have a motion of the council, that the council and the staff put together, continue the work with Dr. Sherbet and identify funding sources for the studies. Remember, she can apply to different sources of funding, but the council can provide basic money or seed money or whatever to continue that study. But I would like to hear the motion because this is directing the staff to work with Dr. Sherbet directly to continue the work she's doing for the council. And that is supposed to having a proposal and then advertising the proposal and see who can do it.
Okay, Carlos, can you make the motion?
Sure, but since Tony is the one that started up, I don't know if Tony wants the privilege of having that motion, and I'll second it.
You go ahead, I'll take my hat.
Okay, so the motion would be to have the council, how should I word this? Fund the, yeah, that'll work.
The motion will be to instruct the staff to look for alternatives to continue the work of Dr. Virginia Sherbet and identify the possible fundings for those projects.
So move.
Second.
Discussion, anybody would like to make a comment? Hearing none, let's go to vote. Carlo?
All in favor, say yes.
Carlos Pichetti, yes.
Yes.
Emeriste Caro, yes.
Tony Blanchard, yes.
Marcos Hanke, yes. All in favor?
Aye.
None.
Vanessa Ramirez, yes.
Okay. 1 second, okay. They are not working here, okay. I have to press two mics at a time to talk here. And we're going to, I am informing the group that before the break, we have two presentations that we're going to move for tomorrow, which is the timing for the red behind closure and discussion of Sargassum issues. It's going to be moved for tomorrow due to the schedule problems that we have today and the technical problem that we have earlier on the meeting. And we're gonna have 5-minute break. 1 second.
For the record, in the previous vote, Vanessa Ramirez voted yes.
Yes, I'm sorry that I stated, but I heard her saying yes. Yes. Yes, thank you for the clarification. Graciela? What do you say? Maria?
So I will be happy to give the buoy gear presentation tomorrow, and then you can leave the discussion of the sargassum for today, given that we have staff resources from NIMS that are already scheduled for this afternoon. If that's possible.
Yes, we can do that. We have to stop at 4:30. A hard stop on the 4:30. You're saying that, 1 second. She's saying that she can gonna make the presentation. Okay. After the break, 5-minute break now, and we're gonna do the sargassum after the break. I'll see you guys in 5 minutes.
It's okay. It's a David Dale. David, can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. Hi,
Okay.
Graciela.
Hola, hola. So let's listen. I just switched over to the iPad, and hopefully I can set the microphone for everyone to hear. So everyone who's on Zoom should be listening to us right now.
Okay.
What I need to do is to make sure that I can have the microphone that allows everyone else in the room to hear you. Okay, so let's do a test. Aquello está prendido. Okay, so give me a second. Okay, can you talk to us, please?
All right, I am testing the microphone.
Keep going, just say hello, how are you, etc.
Hello, how are you, etc.
¿Qué está saliendo?
Yeah.
Ah, es que I didn't know where the speaker was, so hold on a second. Try it again now.
All right, we're testing the speaker.
Again, keep going.
All right.
¿Se oye bien?
Se oye.
Okay, great. So we're all set. We have a 5-minute break, so we'll be back shortly.
All right, and I shared my screen, and so am I sharing the correct screen right now?
Yes, and we'll project it here. So
Yes.
you should be good to go in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Dave.
Hey, Sarah, your mic might be hot.
Thank you.
Aquí, ya lo
We
traté.
are restarting the meeting. Thank you very much, everyone. The next presentation is Sargassum EFH.
Okay, hold on a second. Dave, are you there?
I am here.
Okay, hold on a second. We have a little bit of echo now. Try again.
Good afternoon, I am here. And here is in St. Petersburg.
Angie, se oye.
We can hear you.
Okay, Dave, you can go ahead. We have the Zoom going and everything on the screen, and we are recording your presentation too.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair, council members, and staff for having me present to you today. My name is David Dale, and I am the Southeast Region's Essential Fish Habitat Coordinator. I work in the Habitat Conservation Division. So today I'd like to briefly introduce the division, since we don't get before the Fishery Management Council as often as the Sustainable Fisheries Division and the Protected Resources Division. And then we'll talk about the role of sargassum as essential fish habitat and what that means. And we'll have some time for questions in the end. So unlike the Sustainable Fisheries Division and Protected Resources Divisions at the National Marine Fisheries Service Southeast Region, which those divisions have most of its workforce located at the regional office in St. Petersburg, the Habitat Conservation Division is located across 8 locations scattered throughout the Southeast Region's area of responsibility. Branches within the Habitat Conservation Division are aligned with the areas of responsibility of the 3 fishery management councils in the Southeast. So we have a Gulf of Mexico branch, and then the South Atlantic and Caribbean branch are both managed jointly out of Charleston. Ideally, we'd like to have staff within about 4 hours of driving distance to directly interact with our customers, who are mostly federal regulatory agencies, and the regulated public. We currently have a few gaps in that staffing arrangement, which includes South Texas, the Florida Panhandle, and Northeast Florida. For the Caribbean, we have staff located in Puerto Rico, and once the pandemic situation is over, we hope to have staff located in the Virgin Islands. So here you see our current organization chart, combining full-time and contract positions. We currently have 23 scientific and technical staff and 3 administrative positions shown in the locations across the bottom. Virginia Fay, or Ginny Fay, is currently the acting deputy regional administrator. She is backfilling Andy Strelchek's old position as deputy, and we're looking forward to having her back when permanent fill is made for the deputy, hopefully early next year. So in the meantime, we got Pace Wilbur is currently acting as our assistant regional administrator for Habitat Conservation Division, and Jocelyn Carazia is acting as the chief of the Atlantic branch. As far as our staff in the Caribbean, many of you are sure to know Jose Rivera. I see he's been on the call, and we recently hired Denora Chassin, who will work with the Coral Reef Conservation Program in the U.S. Caribbean. And again, when the pandemic's over, we hope to we'll have her located in St. Croix, and I know that she's on the call today as well. So what does the habitat conservation do? We kind of focus our efforts in 3 main areas: habitat conservation, habitat restoration, and partnerships. Habitat conservation, this is where we provide consultation services. Our biggest customer is the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, both their regulatory and civil works program. The regulatory program, they permit coastal development projects such as docks and piers and residential and commercial development under Section 404 of the Clean Water Act and Section 10 of the Rivers and Harbors Act. The authorities we use to consult with them include the Fish and Wildlife Coordination Act and our topic today, the essential fish habitat provisions of the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act. The Corps' Civil Work Program is also a major customer of ours. This is, largely ports, navigation channels, flood control, and coastal protection projects. The primary authorities we use there are NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act, but also Fish and Wildlife Coordination Act, and of course, Essential Fish Habitat and the Magnuson-Stevens Act. Other customers in our habitat conservation role include the U.S. Coast Guard and the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. Those 2 entities regulate navigation interests and the oil and gas sector. So another one of our primary focus areas is habitat restoration. A lot of effort is put into the Coastal Wetlands Planning, Protection, and Restoration Act, which combats wetland losses in Louisiana. So if you recall on our previous slide, our Louisiana office has the largest staff, and that's largely because of our efforts put forth there. We also prioritize restoring fish passage at dams through the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission's relicensing of hydropower facilities, and that is done under the Federal Power Act. We put a lot of effort there because these relicensing opportunities come around about only once every 20 to 50 years in a project's time frame. So it's important for us to act when we have the opportunity to restore fish passage across these barriers. Then our final focus area is habitat partnerships, and we focus on those partnerships with habitat conservation and restoration goals that provide, the proverbial biggest bang for the buck, since we generally cannot bring any bucks to the table. Examples of these types of program in the Caribbean include the San Juan Bay Estuary Program, which is run by the Environmental Protection Agency, and of course NOAA's Coral Reef Conservation Program. So that's just a little rundown of the Habitat Conservation Division. But today, really want to focus our discussion on essential fish habitat and sargassum and what that means. So Congress gave us the following definition of essential fish habitat in the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act amendments in 1996. EFH means those waters and substrates necessary to fish for spawning, breeding, feeding, or growth to maturity. You'll hear those words several times today. The EFH provisions also include requirements for the Secretary of Commerce and the Regional Fishery Management Councils to identify and describe EFH, a requirement for federal agencies to consult with the Secretary regarding the effects of their programs and activities on EFH, and for the National Marine Fisheries Service and councils to minimize the adverse effects of fishing activities on EFH. Implementing regulations for essential fish habitat were first published in 1998. They were published as interim final rules. It was a new program. We knew we wouldn't get it right off the get-go. Final rules were published in 2002 after we've implemented this new program for a couple of years. So the EFH regulations expand the statutory definition and provide clarifying language for the terms waters, substrates, necessary, and spawning, feeding, breeding, or growth to maturity. For our discussion today regarding sargassum in the Caribbean, what definitions are going to be most relevant is the definitions of what habitat is, quote unquote, necessary for spawning, breeding, feeding, or growth to maturity of managed species under the Magnuson Act. The definition of necessary, as shown on the previous slide, means the habitat required to support sustainable fishery and the managed species contribution to a healthy ecosystem. So the regulation introduced that term, which is also defined here. And the term spawning, feeding, breeding, and growth to maturity provided in the statute includes all major life stage of each managed species. So the statute and EFH regulations tell us what EFH is and how we, both National Marine Fisheries Service and the councils, are to identify and describe EFH. And this was all done in the late 1990s, following passage of the Sustainable Fishery Act Amendments of 1996. The Caribbean Council originally described EFH in 1998, but as a result of a lawsuit, which was the American Oceans Campaign versus the Secretary of Daly, NOAA Fisheries was required to revisit all of our EFH designations made by many of the fishery management councils, including the Caribbean Council. And we also had to expand our NEPA analysis regarding the effects of fishing on EFH. So in the early 2000s, we expanded our NEPA analysis to be environmental impact statements. And so in the Caribbean, that EIS was finalized in 2004, and just as a result of the lawsuit, the amendment was separate from the NEPA analysis. Like I said, that was just a function of the lawsuit. So since the early 2000s, we've been operating under the EFH identifications and descriptions contained in the 2004 EIS and 2005 amendment. Those designations were based on literature reviews, which created a long series of life history habitat association tables, which describe the habitat requirements of each major life stage necessary for each fish managed under the council to spawn, breed, feed, or grow to maturity. Essential fish habitat is defined by the statute. The EFH regulations require EFH information to be reviewed every 5 years, which the Caribbean Council has done. And when the Council's island-based fishery management plans were developed, the EFH descriptions for species that were currently managed by the Council at that time were simply carried forward. And for the newly added species going to be managed by the island-based plans under the Magnuson Act, the same life history association method was generally used to identify and describe EFH for those species. Also want to point out that highly migratory species, which is managed by the National Marine Fisheries Service on both the Atlantic and Pacific coasts, they have also identified and described essential fish habitat. And those designations were first made in 1999 and were reviewed and revised both in 2009 and 2017. However, those designations are primarily based on presence data obtained from fishery independent surveys and research. So here is the EFH identification and description for reef fish in the 2005 amendment. And this is where sargassum was identified and described. It is important to recognize that this description of EFH was based on a literature review, which created that series of tables, and the series of tables identified the habitat necessary for each major life stage of each species managed by the council that met that definition of necessary for spawning, breeding, feeding, or growth to maturity. So while the associations were made for each life stage and each species, in the end, the council condensed the definition of EFH into this single composite definition for the entire fishery management unit. And you can see in the definition, sargassum is referred to as drift algae occurring from mean high water to 100 fathom depth. And that's what is identified and described as EFH for sargassum. So this doesn't mean that sargassum is or was EFH for all reef fish. You need to dig back into the tables to find that the specific species and life history associations for drift algae, which met the necessary definitions for essential fish habitat, were for early and late juvenile stages of greater amberjack and Almaco jack. So when we approved the island-based fishery management plans, they provided a little bit more clarity, particularly for the newly added species. As I mentioned earlier, the existing essential fish habitat identifications and descriptions were carried forward from the 2005 amendment into the island-based fishery management plans, where, however, where new species were added, that same method of identifying the EFH was used, but individual descriptions were provided for the species new to management under the Magnuson Act. So this is an example from the Puerto Rico plan, and it's the description of essential fish habitat for gray triggerfish. And so we see that sargassum has been identified as EFH for gray triggerfish from mean high water to the outer boundary of the U.S. Caribbean EEZ, and that is habitats used by larvae. And then it's also identified as EFH for later life stages, and that is limited to mean high water out to 100 fathom depths. These are due to the data poor nature of the Caribbean, a lot of our EFH identification and descriptions are very similar. And within the island-based fishery management plans, you'll see very similar EFH descriptions, such as this for the gray triggerfish, for dolphin and wahoo across all three island-based plans. And also in Puerto Rico, sargassum is EFH, here for gray triggerfish, also for great barracuda, triple tail, pompano dolphin, little tuni, blackfin tuna, as well as king and cirro mackerel. So sargassum is EFH in the Caribbean. And I know there's a lot of concern and confusion about what that exactly means. So being identified and described as EFH does not prohibit harvest. In the Southeast and up the Atlantic coast, for example, oysters are essential fish habitat for a variety of managed species under the Magnuson Act, yet their harvest is allowed. So simply being identified and described as EFH does not prohibit harvest. What it does do is trigger the consultation requirement that federal agencies have to consult with the National Marine Fisheries Service regarding their activities that they are either funding, permitting, licensing, or undertaking, which may adversely affect EFH as identified and described by the National Marine Fisheries Service and the councils. And adverse effect is further defined in our EFH regulation, and it is defined as any impact that reduces the quantity and or quality of EFH. So it's basically a very low threshold that kind of triggers the consultation requirement with the National Marine Fisheries Service. So what is an EFH consultation? Basically, an EFH consultation consists of a federal agency sending NOAA Fisheries, the Habitat Conservation Division, an EFH assessment, which describes their proposed activities, the effect of those activities on EFH and managed species, what their conclusions of those effects are, and if they are proposing any mitigating factors for the effects. NMFS is required to provide recommendations to protect and conserve essential fish habitat. Councils may also provide comments if they choose. In the Southeast, we most frequently see that done by the South Atlantic Fishery Management Council, who have issued a series of habitat policy statements. So when a project does not align or conform with their habitat policy statement, it's generally pretty easy for the council to react to that and send a letter to that federal agency to that effect. Because EFH consultations and the permitting activities which trigger consultations don't generally align with the council meetings and council timeframes. So when NOAA Fisheries, when National Marine Fisheries Service or a council submits EFH conservation recommendations, the federal agency is required to respond back to NOAA Fisheries or the council, detailing how they are incorporating our recommendations or not. The federal agency is not bound by our recommendations. They are, however, required to indicate how they are addressing them in their administrative record. So again, they do not have to adopt our recommendations. They just simply have to write back to us and tell us how we are or how they are or are not addressing, incorporating our comments. We are allowed to provide EFH conservation recommendations to a state or territorial agency. However, states and territories are not required to initiate consultation, nor are they required to respond back to NOAA Fisheries or the council regarding our EFH conservation recommendations. So what really triggers a consultation is it has to be a federal action, a federal agency funding, permitting, licensing, or undertaking an action, and that activity may result in adverse effects to EFH. So when we're talking about sargassum at an EFH, when we're talking about sargassum in the Caribbean, an EFH consultation would be triggered if there was a federal activity and it's occurring in that zone that's below the mean high water line. And we, the Habitat Conservation Division, would then assess the value of the EFH being affected, determine what appropriate conservation recommendations may be. So if sargassum is on the beach above mean high water, we would not need to consult on the activity. It would fall outside the defined area of EFH. If it's on the beach below mean high water, while technically requiring consultation, we would consider the value of the EFH at that location to be so low and not meeting the definitions of being necessary to the spawning, feeding, breeding, or growth to maturity of fish managed under the Magnuson-Stevens Act, that EFH conservation recommendations would not be required. Beach sargassum is not providing those functions to our managed species. So if we're talking about sargassum that's near shore, say around a water intake structure, the value would likely be assessed a little higher, that it may be providing some of those necessary functions necessary for the spawning, breeding, feeding, or growth to maturity. Whether that would trigger us to issue EFH conservation recommendations would depend upon the nature of the activity. And of course, as we move further offshore, the value of sargassum to manage fish becomes much more higher. So we would give much more scrutiny to any activities that may affect its value as EFH in those instances. So this is my last slide. A few other things I wanted to, I thought we should mention that need to be considered in the overall conversation regarding sargassum. You are probably aware that the South Atlantic Fishery Management Council has an improved fishery management plan for sargassum. That plan did limit harvest to 5,000 pounds wet weight, which is allowed off North Carolina, but any harvest south of the North Carolina, South Carolina is prohibited. So the prohibition, harvest prohibition is not because it's identified and described as EFH, but because sargassum was identified as a species qualifying for management under the Magnuson-Stevens Act, which required conservation and management measures. So as a managed species, it has its own EFH identified and described. Also mentioned here, lately we've seen some folks exploring sargassum as a biofuel, and it's related to some funding offered by the U.S. Department of Energy. So we were starting to see some proposals circulate around about propagating and potentially harvesting sargassum. So we're having conversations with those folks, bringing up what's happening. You know, what triggered the South Atlantic Fishery Management Council to have a sargassum plan. So not a whole lot has come from that just yet, but we are keeping an eye on these proposals. We've also been approached by some researchers who are interested in trying to figure out at what point does sargassum no longer serve its function as EFH, and maybe it should be considered a harmful algal bloom. We've seen some draft proposals for this type of research, but I really haven't seen anything submitted for funding, but that's not to say it's not happening out there. And finally, it was kind of mentioned before in some of the earlier discussions, if we're talking about removing sargassum from the ocean, there are some Endangered Species Act and some bycatch issues that I can't specifically address, but we do know that sea turtles and managed species such as juvenile dolphin and marlin and other pelagics can also be found in sargassum and could be captured by surface harvest methods. So just wanted to bring those things up as points that need to be considered as this discussion continues. So with that, I am done and am willing to entertain any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And any member from the council, Tony Blanchard?
Yeah, I got a question. It's a little unclear to me when sargassum is essential fish habitat and when it is not.
That determined by how close it is to the shore or when it gets on the shore.
So if I heard the question correctly, I think I can answer it by responding. So the National Fisheries Service and the councils are required to identify where, what constitutes EFH and where EFH occurs, what the geographic range is. So the Caribbean Council has taken the approach that sargassum is identified and described as EFH from mean high water out to the edge of the EEZ, and that's for those life stage, those larval eggs and larval life stages, and it doesn't extend out to the EZ, but out to 100 fathoms for later life stages. So within that geographic range, it would trigger an EFH consultation. But in triggering that EFH consultation, the National Marine Fisheries Service Habitat Conservation Division, while conducting that consultation, would assess the value of the habitat in the landscape or the seascape in determining what appropriate EFH conservation recommendations would be. So if it's onshore, we're not likely to issue any conservation recommendations because it's essentially lost all its EFH value to manage species. But as it's offshore and further offshore, it has much more value and is serving those statutory functions of being necessary for spawning, feeding, breeding, or growth to maturity.
Thank you for your answer. Just to make clear, in terms of when you refer to high water mean, we are talking about basically when the sargassum is suspended, even if it's on the shoreline, from that point on, just to make clear, because I'm not really understanding the term you use there, the high water mean.
All right, so I missed part of that. I got kicked offline for a second.
Yes, when you refer to high water mean, basically on the highest of the tides from the shoreline, this is what I'm understanding. If the sargassum is suspended on the shoreline, but not on the shore, is considered as part of the EFH scenario. That's correct? I'm understanding correct? That's another way to understand what you're saying?
It would qualify as essential fish habitat, but to trigger a consultation, we would need that federal agency nexus, and I'm not exactly sure what that would be. You know, my guess would be something like maybe if the NOAA Marine Debris Program was funding something, or if Department of Interior along a national park or a national seashore was trying to do something. So that provides that federal nexus. So otherwise, if it's not a federal agency undertaking the activity, a consultation is not required.
Thank you very much. I was just rephrasing to have a full clarity on what you explained. Thank you so much. Anybody else would like to make a question? Maria?
Thank you. Thank you, Dave, for your presentation and for clarifying the role of sargassum and EFH for the council. I just want to remind people in here that each one of the territories have their own, either their protocols or their processes for determining, for removal of sargassum and for attending any situations that are present, for example, with sea turtles or other species, and the removal of the sargassum from the beach and the disposal from of the sargassum that is removed from the beach as either waste or something else. So I would recommend everyone that has additional questions to consult with their state partners to see what are those protocols or processes that they have. Thanks.
Thank you, Maria. Anybody else from the council like to, from the room or from online group? There is any raise hand on the virtual participants? Going to pass now to public comment period. We're gonna have the presentation from the Southeast Fishery Science Center
Thank you.
tomorrow. the first presentation in the morning and the follow-up presentations from that we are leaving behind. And for now, we're gonna go to public comment period. We have a participant that will address us. You can sit.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for having us here. My name is Cindy Grace McCaskey, and I'm an anthropologist. Sorry, I'm getting a message. It's okay? Okay. I'm an anthropologist from East Carolina University. I have been doing work in the Virgin Islands for more than 10 years now, most focusing on St. Croix. And most recently, before COVID, I may have reached out to some of you and conducted interviews, collecting social networks data. And now that now that we're traveling again, we'll be revisiting some of that data in the spring and moving forward with that project. But the real reason I'm here is to introduce one of my PhD students, Anya Sjostrom. As I said, we're from ECU. The PhD program is an integrated coastal sciences program. So she has to do a specialization in both social sciences as well as a natural science. And so we are in the process of defining more specifically her research questions. And so she will tell you a little bit about what her interests are. And really, we're just here to introduce ourselves and hopefully to follow up with some of you as we clarify the direction of her research. Anya?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anya Sjostrom. As Cindy mentioned, I am doing my PhD in Integrated Coastal Sciences program in East Carolina. And my background is in interdisciplinary science. I did my master's actually working with the Pacific Fisheries Management Council. And I'm really interested in being engaged in the process of ecosystem-based fisheries management as you are developing it here in the US Virgin Islands. And I would really like to make my dissertation work somewhat actionable and useful for this council, and particularly continue some of the connections and work that Cindy has done in St. Croix. So I work in social ecological system science primarily. I work in ecology as well as utilizing a range of social science tools. So I hope that attending this meeting, hearing some more of the projects, I can find a place to fit some of my expertise and continue to fit in over the next couple of years. So I appreciate your time. It's great to be here.
And also after the meeting, we are heading to St. Croix, me just for a few days. Anya will be staying on, but we're hoping to, for those of you who are based on St. Croix, we hope to sit down and connect with you more one-on-one and try to help further define her work. And that's all. Thank you.
Yes, let's see if there is any question from the council members. Do you contact Carlos already that is from Sunrise?
Yes, I'm still in touch with Carlos and some of the fishers. And Miguel maybe is going to remind me now that also he has offered to support Anya with some funding. So we're excited about that and grateful. And yeah, if anyone has ideas for contacts, it's been a few years since I've been there, so it's always good to learn about the new people to get in touch with as well. Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do you have anything else to address?
No, the reason why we are going to support the work that Anja is proposing is because the council have identified many years that we need data on socioeconomy and socioecology now from Puerto Rico, St. Croix, St. Thomas and John. And this is the first step to start gathering that information. And I hope that other scientists will they would have interest in working in Puerto Rico, St. Thomas and John area, so we we will be able to collect this information, similar to the information that Graciela mentioned this morning, that this afternoon, that we need to collect for identifying the gear used in the U.S. Caribbean, Puerto Rico, and the U.S. Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No other question. We are ready to close this part of the meeting. Excuse me. We're gonna close the meeting now. And thank you so much. I'll see you guys tomorrow at the published time at 9 o'clock.
Okay, there will be a closed meeting. All the council members and some staff with Diana will stay for the meeting. The rest are clear until tomorrow. Thank you very much. And the meeting will be at what time? Closed session 4:50. Closed session will be at 4:50.
Closed section will be at 4:50.
But we can do it for 10, 20 minutes.
We'll like the cooperation of the rest of the people that doesn't belong to the closed section to clear the room for us to try to do the closed section a little earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
Es que no sé dónde, no me quiero meter la mano.